Oh, before I leave, I want to make sure my batteries are plugged in. I got Halloween candy, by the way. What's up, indie music outlet? I do like indie music. Very much. I don't want to say it's my favorite music. It's probably my favorite music. I listen to it every day. My favorite genre used to be like a metalcore, I guess. You know, there's something about metalcore that has an like uneasy kind of feeling to it. Uneasy kind of vibe. But August Burns Red, they describe themselves as, or their music as angry music for happy people. I agree with that. Angry music for happy people. I agree with that. Batteries are being charged. Ooh, I found an extra USB adapter, SD card adapter. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Da 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 da. I got my Sony mirrorless rig. Do have a 50mm lens though on me. I think it's pretty nice. Damn, these kids are seriously still Halloweening at midnight? Kidding. They're kidding. Unless they, you know, they went to a friend's house for like a Halloween party and then now they're headed back. That might be the situation. Some folks do their laundry at midnight. Probably a good time because nobody else is at the laundromat, probably. What's up, Charlton? How you doing? Happy Halloween to you too. What was your costume? Rebecca still missing in action. Maybe she was a secret agent, you know? You never know. Maybe she's a undercover secret agent. It's like a, I'm trying to think of a spy movie. Like a female version version of James Bond or something. She's like Jane Bond, perhaps. Huh? Jane Bond, or oh, Jason Bourne, Jane Bourne, or Jane Bond. So, all right, we got the highway right here. Hey, Charlton, you seen? I saw this video. They were replacing the MTA vending machine with the what is it, Omni card or something. What's the difference between an Omni and a Met? Hungary could use one of those bodega burgers. Nice and toasty in here. I think it's like 75 degrees. Card is a top tap card that lasts for over a year. Oh, nice. So like those would probably work for folks who don't have a wow, look at this guy. Drove over the stripes just to pass me. Can you believe that? Those are probably good for folks who don't have a smartphone to do the tap entry for the turnstiles, right? Metro card will end in 2025. Wow, end of an era, huh? End of an era. You know, my friend Robert was telling me the other day they used to have like a, is it Robert or Seth? I don't know. They used to have coins or tokens. Back in the day. I remember moving to New York City, it was 2010. Unlimited Metro cards were like, you know, like 100 something. I don't know what the price of it is now, but I remember those the unlimited Metro card price going up and up and up. So yeah, I remember it was unlimited was like 100 something, and now it's like, you know, much higher than just 100 something. But I kind of miss those days of, you know, a simpler life. All you needed was one Metro card to get around the city. No cars, no gas, no maintenance, no tolls. It's all you needed. Unlimited Metro card to get around the city. No parking tickets, no car washes, no garage rentals, no getting into car crashes, no injury lawsuits, no my car is in the shop so I gotta rent another car. Very simple life. If you're a New Yorker, you can have a very simple life. You get a car, you're gonna complicate things for yourself. I don't blame folks who want to get a car. Because not everybody is cut out to ride the subway. I mean, I don't even let my wife ride the subway. I'll just drive her where she needs to go. Anyway, I can't wait to watch Usman's Halloween video. We're probably gonna premiere it tomorrow. I started driving in New York City when I decided, hey, I wanted to become an Uber driver. And that's after I got out of, that's around the time I transitioned from EMS to Uber driving. First I rented a Camry, $400 a week. So I had to make at least, my goal at least was to make $1,500 a week, just to try to take home $1,000 a week as an Uber driver. Didn't always happen, but that usually happened. That's when I made that transition. Eventually I bought a Ford Fusion, and that was my first car I ever bought. Certified pre-owned. I think it was like around 30K or something. Had 23,000 miles on it, I think. So, it's a pretty good car. Moonroof, leather seats. I think all my future cars, they're gonna have moonroof and leather seats. The once you spoil with moonroof and leather seats, you can't go back. I think this car has a I don't know, like a suede leather kind of vibe. Yeah, it's like suede and leather or something. And the moonroof, of course. Get up those nice features. Next one will probably be another Explorer, realistically, but for up to me, it'll be like a Tahoe or something, or Ram. I just can't see myself driving something that huge in New York City, but we'll see. What's up, Johnny Lemons? How you doing over here? Hello, Jonathan. Where am I going? To the city to get my bodega burger. Hopefully nothing pops off by then.
No further, but Sector David is en route. She's gonna advise me, okay? upon completion, responsible 1010 is going to be for occupied stock elevator 371010 Street, 3710 stand across the 37 Avenue and 38 Ave.
Oh, what the hell? Why you gotta close this, why you gotta close this exit? I mean entrance. This is bullshit. Why they gotta do that? Why they gotta do that? Yep, that's where I gotta go. I am hungry. The last thing I had was Halloween candy, and before that I had a nice thick plus Sicilian pepperoni pizza from Pizza Shop. I want to get like you, man. I like the idea. Chasing down crime and other events. Well, if you are a videographer in New York City, we're always hiring. Got some daytime and evening shifts available. Maybe even weekend or something. So we're looking for videographers, you know. Ideally, you got a camcorder, mirrorless camera. Don't tell me you got a DSLR. Don't tell me you got a kit lens. Don't tell me you don't. You only got a, you know, yeah, mirrorless or camcorders. You drive. You have filmed crimes, fires, or crashes before, and if you haven't, and you can go film it. Go on the Citizen app and go film some. You know, find out where these things are and film them, and then you know, make a YouTube channel, post these videos there, so you can show us and showcase your work, which will be used to determine your eligibility. And it's part of our screening process. But if you have absolutely no idea what you're doing, then I may be doing a course for $1,000, online course, video course, teaching you everything. If you want to get on that waiting list, Adam at loudlabs.com. I need the mailing list of folks first before I decide if I'm gonna do it. Because I'd hate to do the video course and nobody's interested. And so far, I'll tell you, my email has not been flooded with hundreds of emails wanting to take this course, this potential course that I'm doing. Yeah, I've seen other courses online, and it seems like 1,000 seems to be the average ballpark figure that folks have been charging. And of course, it's going to be just more than learning stuff online or video course. It's also going to be access to all the other students in our community. A bunch of other things that I'm going to make available to our students, such as giving feedback on videos that you have filmed, stuff like that. I'm going to have a detailed rollout about all these things, should I decide to do it, or when the time comes. Happy November, by the way. Can you imagine the protesters walking across the bridge? I think it was like a 5-mile walk from Brooklyn Museum to Union Square. That's quite a walk, guys. Hey, Uber driver, why you going so slow over here? Now he's swerving to the right. Look at him. What's wrong with this guy? Falling asleep at the wheel, maybe. Midnight 30. It's time to go home and sleep, buddy. Why is he swerving? Look at him. Uber driver, go home. Uber driver, go home. Empire State Building, multiple colors. I don't know what the colors those are though. I think like blue and red maybe, but yeah. Is that ambulance stopped in the middle of the Don't crash into me, motorcycle. This effing guys. Excuse me, phone. I'm trying to record video and it's not popping up. This stupid phone. What the hell? Well, I missed my chance now. That moped's already gone. Did you see that moped? No helmets. And they're driving on the highway. How about that, huh? I don't think moped's supposed to be on the highway. I guess they're doing something to this bridge.
Is this going to be in regards to the 54 to EDC that was on 21 Street? Yes. Thanks, Lord. Take down this time as a midnight 34, midnight 34.
She was transporting one male, one female to 114, minus 893, 826.
Let's see what jobs we got.
Avenue and Westwood versus Northeast.
It's going to be property damage only here. The moped must be expected to be if I went southbound on 80th Street. Sunset 24 on 14th Street, marker 92 Charlie, 92 Queens, 97 East to Bell. Short top of the major.
That's 120-14 Avenue, okay? All right, just want to make sure. Let me give you an ultrasound. Midnight 36, 2 under, correct? Understood that. Just want to make sure I'm doing the under, right? Is it 2? All right, so 106 starts be advised. Adam has 2 under at the family job, 120-14, 103 Avenue. I need a unit to do a transport, please. Grab 1 unit to make a transport for Adam. For attention, and also at 122034 Avenue, 1220, 34th Avenue, plus the 12th Street, 30th Street. Medical station, minor smoking weed inside the lobby of the building. No weapons, no injuries. Any Algena to check in the body? There was another unit with a message. Up to portable, okay. 10-4, midnight 37.
Guys, what's going on? Gotta get no further.
Step out there, how do you that's it?
Well, you can put that on me.
Stay on time now, it's 137. I'm sorry, when you gave it no budget to 65 space, Prince Boulevard, 65 and Prince Boulevard, in regards to the 34. No, right now.
Henry at 91. Show me another Henry at 215 Lexington Avenue. Let's do it. I'm ready. Yeah, 61 to 198. Be there.
I'm receiving a phone call there from Aya that's on 20 Ampere 43 Street 2043. Is that going to be one in the same with your pickup?
Sure, that's got it.
That's
Ready?
So what unit is not able to disable?
Additional at Mount Sinai West, Roosevelt, Johnny.
Then regards to the 61.
Pick up from Chelsea Center.
The radio broke up. 114 what? 114. Hello, they don't want you to give me that location. What, 10-3 me? Came in 2x2 again.
Hey Siri, set timer for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Counting down.
All right, Bodega Burger coming up.
469, 460, 2469, 46 on the first story, but about 1,000 for my bad. It's going to be from Commercial Bird, Empire Title. It's going to be a kid mode.
You know, I come to the realization that I think inner game is very important, and I think I need to work on it because I think having a high level of motivation for whatever it is you do, whatever it is I do, is very important. If you're not motivated, you're not going to achieve the kind of success that you want to achieve. So I think it's very important, and I think it needs to be addressed. I can't say I wake up every morning jumping out of bed excited to come to work. Maybe on the first year, maybe on the second year, maybe on the third year, but definitely not on the sixth year. So I think it's important that I stay motivated to achieve my goals, my objectives, and what I want to accomplish.
Different callback number.
I'm just not sure what specifically. I know I was a big Tony Robbins fan. I don't know if I should do that again.
boy, West 126. EMS mouth. The person is refusing EMS. 3773, Adam 1. Any weapons?
Control Street.
That's far. On the Charlie. Not a request, just an advisement at this time. 108 and 4 by then. Old school Adam. This is on the EDP, function notion on the Adam. That was a request for it, so it's the time. That was our 115. 10 area EDP on the ground. Requirement 2012. 20th floor, 20th time. Bill, I can't do the weapons. No further give it the weapons. Test 1. EDP unconfirmed, 571 Jackson Avenue, near Pontiac Place. Having a break. The weapons over the 415 EDP 726 Kelly Street, near Leggett. Bill's pacing back and forth, schizophrenic bipolar. What about the person down by 175 first down? Mr. Adam 2. Truck 2, 10 for 19, EDP unconfirmed, 330 79 Street, near 2nd and 1st Avenue. Bill's threatening suicide is no further given. Third-party information, EDP 1. And cancellation, West 186th Street, 34. And 4 Fulton Avenue, cancel 51 years old. Suicidal possibly. Adam 7, lifting question, 5. All right, that's
reporting 5 on the roof. The rough one an hour, 4.2. That's 303. We're taking you guys to March 475. We'll let you know when I can step. You at 557 East Avenue, Market 91.
Thousand Lieutenant. From an FPA, we got to that 85 at East 105 on an FPR drive. All unit accounted for. If you shot fire, otherwise.
Okay. Got my favorite bodega burger. I'm ready for my hands to smell like a bodega burger. Fully prepared for that. I'm ready for it. More importantly, I'm ready for this hunger to be over. Very important. Hello from Colorado. Hello, Barella. Hey, Barella, how's your Second Amendment laws out there? It's probably pretty good, right? I mean, I assume it's pretty good. Why you give me ketchup on the side? I may not even need it. Who's texting me?
5958.
Northbound West Expressway, just before Arden Avenue. It'll be on the left side of the road in the grass area. Notify tow for me, please.
I hope there's no cheese. Nope, no cheese. They know me. They know me. Damn, this burger looks good.
Alright, so you're on the time at midnight 53, midnight 52. Remember to early search for the sport place and repeat for the right place to last 19th Street.
Damn, that tomato is like ice cold.
Remember to early search for the sport place and repeat for the right place to last 19th.
Housing item.
Sorry, how's Adam?
Hard stop. First sergeant up. Shoulder transport 1 male from 47 and 7, mileage 19003. This on down.
That's 4, midnight 54.
South 81. Units when responding to emergency incidents, remember, arrive alive. Intersections are a threat. Proceed with caution. Stop, look, and listen.
501. What, I'm sorry.
Always wait.
5958. What type of car is it?
Protect yourself. All members of the service must wear their seatbelt when riding in a department vehicle.
15 minutes ETA.
Yeah, thank you. It's that folks. Registered person, DD. Members of the service are reminded when responding to emotionally disturbed persons to isolate and contain, and remember to use non-lethal force whenever possible. Supervisors are reminded when there's time to negotiate, all the time necessary to ensure the safety of all individuals will be utilized.
Bartley at 8701 Flatland, 8701 Flatland, 87 to 88.
Whenever possible. Supervisors are reminded when there's time to negotiate, all the time necessary to ensure the safety of all individuals will be utilized.
So I did not end up needing the ketchup. I don't know why they gave me ketchup. Damn, I'm full.
All 01 is the street, there's an alley, rear yard, 400 tax commercial. That's 446. Fire, we don't probably will hold. 446, coming out report. A little 5 minute hours. Yeah, 12 minutes. 946, 94.
Alright, 19 Houghton, NCO Houghton, send by the location.
So yeah, I got a new lens, 45 millimeters. It's close to a it's close to a 50 millimeters. It's 5 millimeters wider than a 50 millimeter.
I'm ready, go.
Guntail or white plane.
I read.
7 signal, please fly 7258. 30168 Avenue off the 30 Street. 0 long 2 boy. 57 signal, clean block 7358. The address 0168 Avenue off the 30 Street, place 0 long 2 boy. 103 hours, 440.
I'm not sure if this is the updated chat. How you doing, Jeff? Ricardo, Jack, Bobby. What do you mean they're Bear Mountain? What? What's up, Jason? Kusar Sword. How you doing, guys? So, yeah, I'm. Glad I'm actively seeing the chat now again, because, you know, I guess I didn't update it or something.
Has been terminated for 400 East 187, Boston Park, Mission Town. For vehicle that's parked on left Avenue on West 47, and 2 alarms is going to be 403 West 49 and West 49. Sounds like possibly what I think.
Central, we need to take that. We're on this tower with Central Board.
Sounds for it. So do they need to be reassigned or?
Anyways, I do want to set up my camcorder. I also heard it was raining tonight. Let's check the weather report again. New York City rain expected 1:15 a.m., which is in about 10 minutes. So hourly, let's take a look. Yeah, damn. 69%, 94, 92, 83, 43. I better keep this rain cover on. All right, so let's see what we got here. Let's see what we're dealing with. And let's make sure everything is squared away. Because I don't like, gotta have your gear and my gear ready to go at a moment's notice. I don't know why I left the lens thing open, but should have had that closed. Battery 50%, not good. SD card fully automatic, everything's good. But I will change the battery though. brought back my battery charger. This is this one needs charged too. This one's full. So we'll go ahead and charge this one. So yeah, battery, camcorder is good to go. Everything's good to go. Question is, will I be taking y'all with me? Do we have all the equipment needed to do that? We may or we may not. This is the clamp. And this is the phone clamp. So I guess the answer is depending on circumstances. You guys know the drill. What happened to the ball head mount? I'd like to know that, the answer to that. Oh, it's right here. All right, we got it. So I really don't recommend this setup because the ball head is not on there, right? This is what you want, all right? And here's how you want to do it. Ball head to hot shoe. This just got complicated. I need the clamp without the damn cold shoe mount on there if I want to use the ball head. Unless I want to take off the cold shoe. Scott's on a good fire. Probably check that out soon. Unless I want to take out the cold shoe, that's another story. So this is complicated. Unless I had another clamp somewhere around here without that damn cold shoe mount on there. Somewhere. Or we can just use the cold shoe mount. Let's see how that would look. Cold shoe to ball head to phone mount. Oh, what a pain in the ass. The good news is this does not have to be aligned because it just does not. You can screw this in as much as you like. Yeah, this goes deep. The hole in this ball head mount goes pretty deep. Yeah, it's super deep. So I'm going to put that in, tighten it, or maybe just tighten it this way. Tighten it this way, I guess. Oh yeah, super solid. And then your phone mount goes on here, which also you don't have to worry about the orientation like you do if you ran a pure, you know, like a setup without the ball head. So now you can just turn it wherever you want. Oh, look how complicated and elaborate this setup is. Like, really? You're gonna have this super tall thing sticking out of your camcorder like this with your phone? No. Nah. And it all adds up to the weight too. And don't like that. Do not like extra weight. So yeah, either I need another clamp or whatever. But I'm sure y'all had fun last night when I brought y'all guys along. I can't even loosen this now. That's what Jason says to go to the gym. Right, Jason? Gym's the solution for everything, right? When's the last time you went to the gym, Jason? I want to work on some calisthenics, actually. You know, some at-home push-ups, sit-ups, pull-ups, dips, maybe. You know, that kind of thing. Lunges, squats. Nothing too crazy, you know. Some good old-fashioned, regular military calisthenics, military-style calisthenics. Alright, this seems pretty secure. I would just use this if I'm bringing y'all along, which I may or may not. That's good. Hey Jason, check out my new 45. Oh, you said Scott was on fire. Let's check him out. That's what I'm seeing on Scott's live stream. So yeah, this is my new I almost said 50, but technically it's a 45. So we got the skinny strap on here because. Oh, there we go. Now, what I do know is, actually, Scott does have a dedicated phone, I believe. So it's not like he uses his primary phone. He has to get off the live stream and come back. Anyways, yeah. So without the rig, I mean the cage, you got your pinky here left kind of like hanging because there's nothing to grab. But I guess what they want you to do maybe is put 3 fingers here and then like it's kind of awkward. It's kind of awkward. Like that's the thing about mirrorless cameras. They're made to be smaller, right? But me personally, I already feel like my hands need to be something like this, right? So they do make an extension bracket thing that also, you know, has an Arca Swiss baked in that, you know, you can put on an Arca Swiss tripod or whatever, which is great, right? Which is great. But if I want a super lightweight camera setup, this is the way to go. This is the way to go. But you did have to take off these things, the sling loops or whatever. Which is a pain in the ass, but it can be done. Didn't take me too long to disassemble everything and install the lens. Change the lens. It took me like maybe, I don't know, 10 to 15 minutes. 10 minutes. Nothing too crazy.
Mark 9381, primaries, secondaries, and negative throughout. You can go under control. We'll show 17 response. That's cool. Just know that 0116 bridge, 2 minutes. 116 hours.
How you doing, David? Yeah, 9/11 was a horrible thing, I gotta say. I was in high school when it happened. Yeah, I really like this super lightweight setup. I'm really not complaining about this, but if it were up to me or in the future, I really want an A7C, which is even smaller than this. Smaller than this. Right, you look at this footprint. It's not the smallest camera. There are cameras smaller than this, right? But I wouldn't mind a smaller setup for travel. Unless I only just carried something like this for travel. So.
Did you check the corner of CVS?
Zero 04, we checked it. There's no patient. This is the location.
And you know, someone told me on Instagram, on my Adam Loudlands page, they said that is not a good lens. And I'm thinking about, I replied this, like for the price, I think it was $300. You're not gonna find nothing better for the price because anything more expensive, well, the Sony 50mm f1.8 is like, I think $200. So this is not $100 more, but the Sony 50 is very noisy when it autofocuses. This is quiet when it autofocuses. Now this ain't a, you know, Sony f1 1.2, you know, $2,000 lens or something, okay? For the price, f1.8, you can't beat that. $300, right? I think Viltrox makes a also makes a I think a 50 or 55, I forget. And that was like $500. I'm not gonna spend $300, 45 millimeters. Great for, like, you know, taking baby portraits and such. Like, great. Of course, I still gotta fully test it, but so far so good, I gotta say.
04.
Yeah, try to call back then.
04, 04.
1244.
Jack, here's what you can do. You can just take, it does a few things, right? You can just take pictures with your phone You can set your phone to take raw photos. Raw photos. You download that to your computer and you can edit that photo, change up the colors, contrast, saturation, whatever. And that can be your photography. And it actually comes out a decent sized image when you shoot in RAW on your iPhone, if you have an iPhone. And you can even print it out and have a decent sized resolution, right? You could totally get started just taking wide iPhone photos, you know, do portrait mode or whatever. There's a lot you can do on your phone without investing into photography equipment. But if you did, then maybe start out with like an APS-C, you know, Sony A6400, which runs under $1,000. You add a lens to that, even if it's a kit lens, you're looking at spending maybe $1,000-ish, you know. I started with an APS-C camera too. It has a smaller sensor, but it will do the job. It will do the job. You know, then it's like, okay, what are you gonna photograph? You can only photograph certain things with your phone. If you tell me you're trying to go to the zoo and zoom in on animals and birds, nah. You're gonna want a real camera for that. You say I want to walk around the park or New York City, or you want to do landscapes, you want to do urban environments, that iPhone wide shot is gonna work just perfectly. Just like what I'm seeing right now, it's wide enough, right? This is wide enough. Of course, you can go wider too, but you know, no more than 1500 to start. Yeah, definitely, Jason. So yeah, know what you want to photograph, right? That can be the drive to get into photography. Not like, well, I don't know if I'm going to like photography because I don't want to buy a camera. Well, if you're really interested in something, you know, you're gonna want to photograph it, I think, and even do video maybe.
I hope he does it as well as he's been doing it. He's been holding up that name very well. Top stringer and stringer company in New York City. Keep up the good work, dude. Keep it up.
But yeah, just gotta ask yourself what you want to photograph, you know? This LED lamps light up, yeah. I got a few in this Ford Explorer.
Yeah, so as time goes on, I will be starting to go live a little more. But I have more important things to do while I'm out than go live. For those of you living here in Los Angeles, you've probably seen the On Scene logo a lot lately, and that is my goal. Trying to get that thing on TV as much as possible, and out in the social media world as well. Trying to boost up our YouTubes.
There's a SWAT call out.
Uh-oh.
Jacob is there. Somewhere in the south end. Looks like he might be on Fig. I don't know how far down.
Copy that. works out here is you don't want your competition to know where you're going. And when we're live, it pretty much gives it away. So when Jason's live, we kind of talk on another channel. When I'm live, they kind of talk on another channel. At some point, Jason and I will go live together and just talk to each other. But for the most part, I need to stay off of live and on the radios. But tonight's a little different. Tonight there's not many of us out, so it doesn't matter if we give away where we're going. Like I might be going to South LA or somewhere off of Fig, or Barricade, or a SWAT situation. I don't know if it's Barricade, but that's usually what SWAT does. I can also call Code 6, and he'll tell me where it's at.
That's what firm it is, but they're also revising, I believe, it's one outstanding permit this time.
Definitely not Fig Lancaster. He is not in Lancaster right now. He is probably somewhere in South LA. If I turn up LAPD, maybe I'll hear it. I'm not going to be working tonight. That van is stacked high. Hi. How are you, man?
All right, gum time. I still taste burger. Oh shit, am I out of gum? Really? Damn it, I told you to get more gum, and you didn't. I do have candy though. Tastes so good. Hey, and I really wish we had you around the last 3 days. Lancaster has been off the chain, as some of the kids say. And BLM has been killing him. He was kind of MIA for a minute, but BLM is killing him right now. And I don't like that. I don't like that at all. But I mean, he had a really good couple weeks, and then that child story just topped it off, man. Just topped it off.
Let's go to East New York. I have a operation.
That was pretty good. I don't think you need to worry about it, Jason. So here's what Jason told me. So our Philadelphia photographer said he was shooting a scene and some dude came up to him and goes, "Hey man, who are you with?" And Jason says, "I'm with On Scene." And the guy goes, "Oh man, I see your guys on TV all the time. Or I see your guys' footage on TV all the time. I'm with Key News. We never get any hits." And then proceeds to walk away and shoot the scene with his cell phone. So they either picked up a cell phone dude in Philadelphia or just some dude who watches way too much Code 20 or Code 20 or Code Subfriendo or whatever it's called.
Right, sir, is that a man?
So I don't think you need to worry about it, Jason. Channel 5 rolls around with armed security now. Their cameraman rolls around with armed security. Plain clothes. I mean, you can tell if you knew what you're looking for. You can always tell the shoes, the boots, the type of jacket. Look at this guy. Turn your lights on. Lights. Hey, there you go. Phones are good when you're in crowds. Phones are good when it's a static situation and the people around you don't like cameras. Phones are good on private property when you're just walking through to get to the other side. That's when phones are good. Phones are good during the day for that 10 seconds. Phones are good when they're the only camera you have in your pocket. Excuse me, sir. You're doing okay. I know. Misery is better than that. There's all the girls, all dressed up in their little outfits today. And they usually dressed up in those outfits, but who's that in front of me? There's a lot of buddies and angels walking around Figueroa right now. Dude, what's crazy is it's 67 degrees. It's not that cold. Dude, it gets down into like the 50s and these girls are just wearing strings and little cute jackets. quite yet. When the fire came out, we were just coming into the USC area when the fire came out. So let's make a straight. Hopefully nothing takes us back over that way. And let's do this. Where are you? Which one are you? I don't need that. I need. Negative. Machado, you've been smoking too much 420. I'm going north. Martin don't smoke too much 420. My car is facing north. I just came from the south. And now there's a traffic collision on 123rd. And I'm not going north towards downtown. Hey, there you go. Congratulations. You know where I am. You win a prize. A prize of sitting on your, let me guess, you're either on your couch, in your car, or in your bed. I'm going to go with on your, no, on the dinner table. Dinner table, which one? I mean, there's only so many places you can be, so I'm gonna guess you're not banging out store. Either on the couch or dinner table. That's my guess. You in our city? I'm older than you, so it's my city first. And my... Sixth and Olive, 8th and Hill. Mules for some property back in the day. I think it was 8th and Hill. 6th and Hill.
Yeah, you can cut the video fine. It was a hit and run.
Code D, I think.
What's up, Keen? You didn't miss nothing.
Chaser, absolutely. It's the only way I'm able to do this.
Available for a highway location at a cross Rock Expressway, either entering or getting onto the North Washington Bridge. Nothing further at this time. While I have indicated 1013 being called over division, compound of the 25 precinct 2251 First Avenue, 2251 First Avenue. The lieutenant is on scene, the 2-3 lieutenant in unknown condition at this time. Thank you, sir. Adam 1. Commercial service Adam 1. Approach out lane request, please. Union Square, 16th Street.
So this is a case call. 10-5?
Further on that,
No, 141.
David.
Soy David.
55 B, 56.
That's well.
Wait, Sergeant.
Soy Sergeant.
Not at the record, 120 morning,
That's well. Next time of Highway 1, you will receive an unconfirmed pin for the crosswalk of the Washington Bridge entrance. 2 vehicles involved, one is a truck. For the approach.
Again. One boy.
SRG 1 boy.
Yes, sir. Coming over. Cardiac condition compound at a 108
Now what is on?
61st Street, 473
And overzone coming in 252 Is there anyone that they stop?
Calories of female, possible heart attack, unknown age, EMS notified. Came over City Rise, not 2-3.
Okay, so forth. At times of Highway 2 and the 88 received a dangerous condition with a D2 expected to the street, but there's a construction sign on the off ramp.
Division please, on Thursday. Adam.
3-2 Adam.
Sure, so the car stop at 149 and 8th Ave, no further.
Simple. No, midnight highway unit. No. Two five Charlie. Simple. 5 Adam. Adam.
Emergency scan out 23 Southwest.
5 Adam, you on the air?
5 Adam.
Be advised, the 39 on your queue, the 404 back since you left that location and he's now home in the Bronx at 551 East 143 and the 40. You want me to transfer this to the 40?
Southwest.
Tampa, you can transfer marking a 90X on our end.
10-4. 32 David. Super David.
90 Frank 1. Thank all the insurance.
If I cannot take all the cancellation for everybody. Southwest. 5 Red. Thank you. Southwest, thank you everyone. Thank you guys.
David. 32 David. Market 90X, show us on another 61 303 West 154th Street, apartment 6 Adam. 24.
Bravo, please 5 down, 5 8.
5558.
Car stop. Villa Avenue and Port Richmond Avenue, absolutely no further.
Alright, that was Port Richmond and 10 for the other street.
Villa Avenue.
And 105 for 2 hospital cancel missing you. Joshua Quick, balance in at 17, 5'3", 110 pounds, black beard, date of birth 7/23/06, no COVID restriction.
David.
Emergency service out 4.
75 Tom, East 125 Street, Lexington Avenue, 456 on.
Adam, for the 46 precinct is requesting your services to secure a door in regards to a DOA 1955 Cedric Avenue, okay? 1955 Cedric. Adam, go ready. Simple, thank you. I'll try to ascertain an apartment if possible. I'll let you know. My service you for red regards. Simple, thank you.
Two boys fell out.
You come right to the direction. Thank you.
10-4.
Service Adam 10, be advised, unconfirmed 54 rescue, confines of the 108 precinct, 4850 37th Street, 4850 37th Street, across of 48th Avenue, Greenpoint Avenue, apartment 484th floor. Safe and unconscious individual behind a locked door, unconfirmed.
Street to boy.
Show me around 61 to West 130 Street.
That was 130 and what avenue?
I was in 6 Charlotte.
Charlie.
Yes.
10-4.
Bye, David. David.
25 David.
91 on my phone.
10-4.
Where's Service Adam 1? Swear, it's 91. 5-4, thank you.
Charlie.
32 Charlie.
Good morning, 39. 92 Charlie, that's very clean. And he says, all man. Show me that what 10 137 that next.
Service Adam 1, the 6th precinct has a pickup of an EDP 7th Avenue, South of Bleecker Street. They're just waiting on the bus, guys. Order. Adam 8. Service Adam 8.
5958.
Anyone 8. Good, 24.
not going to be an ITF unit. Should only do my own testing. Lieutenant notified District Police. District Red.
Emergency service Adam. Adam 10, your services are being requested in the confines of the 109 precinct. The 109 requesting you to secure a 36th Road, 13416 36th Road. It was in regards to a harassment job. Apartment 5 Harry, 5th floor, okay. Emergency service report.
Are you still on everybody to make sure 138?
Negative, I went 98 a while ago. I still handle that already.
Are you still on the number?
2-8 David.
Hey, David.
Please report to 1010. A person locked inside the building. Or apartment 151 West 119. One Robert Lennox Adam Clayton.
Charlie.
32 Charlie.
That's going to be 98 to show 34 West 199. You recall that?
10 for services call back. Give me one.
Okay, I'm sorry. Emergency service Adam 4 truck 4 be advised. We have a 1013 being called over a highway location, Major Deegan Expressway, and the Washington Bridge. The Deegan at the Washington Bridge. I know there was a 53 up there, but I'm not sure what's going on at this time, yeah. Truck 4 in. Thank you. Emergency service Adam 1, guy. Central House check, please. 28 Garrison, folks out. Regards to the 13 that came over the Deegan and the Bridge, operations over citywide points of the Yonkers PD.
32 Charlie voicemail. 2,000 Senate.
91.
Now it's going to be Jerome at 164th Street.
2-8 boy still out.
91 cents.
I'm sorry.
2-8 how you still out.
Charlie.
32 Charlie.
Just try to call back one more time when there's no way into the building.
Okay, tough call.
8923. Emergency service scan out for injuries.
I know it's flagged out for a hit and run, but he called is for 5606 Cooper Avenue. Can you give us a unit responding?
Yeah, it looks like we got the call back from 911K. I see the 104. Also, 104 Charlie and Boy Tech is assigned. I'll see if they have an ETA about it.
Can you advise me so I can let the complainant know?
The last bit of information on the job, the unit just told the dispatch to leave the job on their queue. I'll check with the dispatch to see if they have an actual ETA.
Condition.
Charlie, she's on by you.
Emergency service Adam 1K. Can you tell us how that
Call
location
back.
is?
Charlie, the caller is wanting to be anonymous. She said she's unable to open the door.
Rick, Charlie, just call the caller back saying that we have no way into the building unless they open the door for us.
I explained that to her. She said she's unable to help.
David.
Wait, David.
3-4, can you try to call back?
10-4. Quick condition.
63.
203, enjoy. Wait, boy.
Send it to the aviation base. Aviation base requested once again regarding the food, but they're with the VC because it's all going right now.
So you responded to 1010 at 112 Lennox Avenue, 115 and 116. The caller wanted to meet with the police in regards to a dispute with her son's father. Thinks the son has autism.
That's affirmative.
Hey, let's tell her.
Wait, Lieutenant.
What's the other eyes?
820 Jackson Avenue.
Sorry, here.
The caller thinks the son's father took the son for some insurance money.
Your boy. Try that. Your boy.
Wait, boy. Wait, boy.
Yeah, it's a chronic caller. It's 898.
I'll bet so.
Try that.
Wait, David, you ready, sir?
Adam.
25 Adam.
In regards to our family, it's going to be another prank one. Take boys to the back.
That's all. Lisa, David.
My boy.
3-2, David. If I get on the X-ray. That's what, 25 boy.
On the exit.
That's what.
Two-way house.
2-way how?
91, show me at another Henry, 130 West 113.
That's what. Five house. School 7 radio station WF537 Zone 7 coming to South 2832 Housing 5 and Housing 6.
Charlie.
25 Charlie.
63.
208 Enjoy.
Boy.
32 Boy.
61 anyone.
That's 4.
Shot spot activation, confines of the 60 precinct, 2625 Benton Avenue, 2625 Benton, cross of Bay 43rd Street, Stillwell Avenue, authority operation, 2 round street level.
Front boy.
Super Boy.
Show me again, gas. 23.
Reserve scan out 23.
That's 4.
On the front page.
Scan out 23, kid.
On the top page.
No
Okay, for the
response.
bus.
I checked with the zone dispatch, you should check with the units, but there's no update on the job at this time. I'll check with them again.
10-6.
Right.
The Highway 3 is Department TV at 1010, plus looking stop driver, no Parkway, exit 21 West.
Top page 0208.
That's 4, thank you.
That's 4.
Wrong.
111.
And Housing 5 receiving a 59 of a multi phone on 110 East 129, apartment 2 David, Housing 5 units at farm.
Someone, thank you.
To Adam.
My squad top 96 times 2.
That's 4. There's a Housing 5 unit to pick up his 59, 110 East 129. Housing 5 Charlie, Housing 5 David, you're on the air.
That's a 5 Charlie.
We have a 59 in Housing at 110 East 129.
Boy, how did you show empty in the guard?
They notified and responded.
That's 4. In regards to the station house, how do you show the bus?
The last ETA we have is 2:16, 4 minutes out.
10-4.
Powerful 5 Lieutenant, you better on that 59?
Research structure be advised. We have a 1013 being called as anonymous unconfirmed. 600 West 161, Washington. Just the officer down. He hung up. It's unconfirmed.
10-4.
Reserve down 4. In regards to the pursuit recovery in NYC, show us going back to the down 4.
Because I'm starting to get tattoos all the time.
Sway David.
Pocket 3. That's how you turn it on. Got a 1
Sorry,
inch sensor
David.
at the top just there. And
10-4.
Reserve out of 1.
face tracking, as you can see. So when I move around, gimbal will follow me to track my face. 4K 120, D-Log 10 bits. This is a touch screen as well, so you can change your settings from within that. Tiny little gimbal. Maybe it's going to track horizontal video, vertical video, DJI Osmo Pocket 3. That's how you turn it on. 1 inch sensor at the top just there, and face tracking, as you can see. So when I move around, the gimbal will follow me to track my face. 4K 120, D-Log 10 bits. This is a touch screen as well, so you can change your settings from within that. Tiny little gimbal. Maybe it's good for travel. Horizontal video, vertical video. Great. That's how you turn it on. Got a 1 inch there, and face.
Copy you. Thank you. Adam Hurry, Adam Henry. Reserve Adam 7, my apologies for being here.
With disgraziare, as we would say in Italian.
Right, so here's Anita Flapper.
Charlie.
This is Charlie.
Let's say you come back there. Take through. And how do you show your man on the show?
Actually, just
The list of 6 EMS on scene.
Reserve Adam 4. Adam 4.
Cop out of the 17th Precinct, 315 Sutter Avenue, 315 Sutter, crossing Walker Street, Mother Gaston Boulevard, apartment 13 Frank, 13th floor, 81-year-old female, EMS is notified.
Well, 19 item. Could you check and advise on this commercial bag we're holding? 980 Madison between E76 and E77. It's at the Drake Wellness Fund. Center right now, sticking out at this time. West 32nd Street, 6th Avenue, regard to one other car on scene. On the top. 0666, have your location? It's on at Boulevard. Sounds like one of the same what the job we had there earlier.
So pretend you're this guy and you were really productive earlier in the month. In fact, you were kind of killing it. You're reading lots of books, hitting the gym consistently, and actually getting your work in on time. But then something happened. Maybe you woke up on the side of the bed. Maybe an invisible demon ghost violated you in your sleep. Whatever the case may be, everything seems just a bit hard to do. You're tired. You've lost all the motivation you had to keep being awesome. You can't even remember why you were being productive in the first place. And that mental clarity that you seem to be the beneficiary of just yesterday seems to have ran away in the night. And unfortunately, this lack of motivation starts to seep into the other areas of your life. The thought dawns on you to go to the gym and you're too lazy to do it. So you skip the gym that day, one day turns into 2 days, 2 days turns into a week. You're also starting to buy more junk food, watch more TV, play more video games. And not only are you not doing the things you know you should be doing, but you don't even want to. You can't even remember why you were being productive in the first place. Why are we still here? For a lot of people, these long periods of success, followed by long periods of self-destruction and failure, seem to be a common pattern. And while this issue is a deep psychological issue that I'll dive into in a later video, I wanted to give you guys a more practical guide as to how I get myself out of these type of pseudo-depressive ruts and start being productive again. Now, before we dive into these really powerful strategies, I just want to preface the video with a couple things. Number one is that this video is not meant to be a replacement for going to therapy if you actually have clinical depression. I'm not a doctor, I'm just a dude, and I talk about what works for me. Second of all, even though this video is about how to get out of a rut efficiently or quickly, that's all relative. You're usually not going to get out of a rut overnight. Okay, so strategy number one is to utilize the do something principle. This principle is the catalyst for action. If you don't have the motivation to do something, you need something that'll spark some sort of action, something to get the momentum going, something to get the ball rolling. And the do something principle is a means to take action when you don't have the motivation to do anything. So most people think that in order to take action on anything, you need to be motivated to do that. And motivation comes when you're inspired by something. So for instance, say you're browsing Reddit or something and you come across a Matt Diavella video, and by the end he says something that strikes a chord with you and you're inspired to take action. That inspiration served as the adequate motivation to take action on your goals. But the do something principle dictates that inspiration, motivation, action is not a linear sequence. It's an endless loop. And you can can start wherever you want to start. So it's far more efficient to start with action and let that action become the inspiration and the motivation necessary to take further action. So you may be thinking, thanks genius, if I'm unmotivated to do something, then I should just do something. That's really helpful. But you actually take action without motivation all the time. Do you need some sort of huge inspirational epiphany to take a shower? No, it's just something you do. These monotonous actions are the very actions you should be using as momentum to take further action. If you're just sitting there waiting for inspiration to strike you, go brush your teeth. Brushing your teeth is a little constructive action that will give you momentum into taking further action. If you have to write a giant S action, that will give you momentum into taking further action. If you have to write a giant essay, don't think to yourself, oh, I have to go and write my giant 4,000 word essay. Just say, I'm going to open up the Word doc, write whatever comes to my mind for 1 minute, and that's it. That's all I have to do. But once you start writing, you will tend to want to write more because you've convinced yourself to get there. That is, in essence, to do something principled. Now, strategy number 2 seems counterintuitive to what I just said, and that is to reward yourself for small wins. Now, if you follow this channel at all, I'm not a pat yourself on the back and everyone gets an award kind of guy. So if you're in the same boat, you might cringe at the thought of rewarding yourself for taking a shower or something like that, because you know you're capable of so much more. But the need to reward yourself for small wins, especially if you're in a vulnerable situation, is a psychological necessity. And it has everything to do with the fact that you have basically 2 sides of your brain. And I'm not talking about right and left, I'm talking more about the more primal part of your brain, which is closer to the stem, which is responsible for motivation and emotion and stuff like that. And your more logical, abstract, moralistic part of your brain, which is present more in the prefrontal cortex. So if your prefrontal cortex knows to use the do something principle in order to convince that your primal side of your brain to take action on something, it's important that you're not too iron-fisted with this, because it's a negotiation with yourself. Don't be a slave. Driver to the primal side of your brain, or your primal side of your brain won't feel listened to, it'll lash out, and it won't want to do anything that your logical side of your brain wants it to do. So you almost need to use your higher judgment to provide compassionate guidance to the primal part of your brain and very gradually win it over. If you're too lazy to pretty much do anything other than sit around all day, and you use the do something principle to convince your primal side of your brain to brush your teeth, take a shower, get some nice clothes on, and clean your kitchen, and you start to get really tired and agitated after this, take a break. It may sound suspect, and your logical side of your brain knows that you should be doing a lot more than that. Just take it easy. Reward yourself for doing something constructive for once, after days of binging dopamine, and just relax and have a good time. So you might be thinking, how the heck am I supposed to get out of a rut if I don't ride this momentum out into the sunset? That's what tip number 3 is all about. So strategy number 3 is all about progressive overload. It's very similar to the philosophy of lifting weights and getting stronger. Instead of yo-yoing between taking crazy amounts of action and then your primal brain lashing out and going into long periods of self-destruction, you should be massaging yourself into organically growing a lifestyle that you gradually get used to, that's more and more productive, and you do more and more every day, while rewarding yourself for the small wins and comparing yourself to who you were yesterday rather than who someone else is today. So for instance, if you develop a game plan over the course of 7 days to get out of a rut, that's a lot more realistic than just trying to be productive all of a sudden. So say day 1, you can't really do much other than go on the internet for long periods of time. On this day, if you convince yourself to take pretty much any sort of constructive action, that should be sufficient for the day. Day 1 should just be about gradually taking a little bit more action and being happy with that. And the next day, remind yourself that that wasn't so bad and it actually felt pretty good to take action, and try to do a little bit more. And if you do this day after day, then gradually and organically, both sides of your brain will be in agreement, and you'll very comfortably start to rise from the ashes like a phoenix and become the person that you were earlier in that month. I can't stress how important this is. Managing expectations, being patient with yourself, and letting your higher faculties be very communicative with the more primal and emotional internal sides of your brain. This synergy between both sides of your brain is integral for maintaining long-term success, and you can eventually be very reliably and sustainably living the kind of life that you've always wanted to be living. I want to give a huge shout out to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. For those of you who don't know, Skillshare is an online learning, thousands of classes covering dozens of entrepreneurial, productivity, and artistic topics. It's also extremely affordable. With an annual membership, it comes in at less than $10 a month. I just finished watching my friend Thomas Frank's Productivity Masterclass on Skillshare. Taking Thomas Frank's Productivity Masterclass helped me realize that one of the most important ways I can stay in that sustained productivity lifestyle is to reduce the amount of friction there is to actually being productive. A lot of this can be achieved by creating a reliable, streamlined productivity system that helps you get things done without the headache. Because Skillshare is sponsoring this video, one of the most common problems I hear about nowadays, and I'm sure everyone else does, is this feeling of being chronically tired. Because sometimes it feels like no matter how much sleep you get, you just can't seem to perk up, feel energetic for most of the day, every single day, so that you can tackle your day and your life with energy. You know, this lack of energy throughout the day, this chronic tiredness, is something that you would expect to happen to you if you were like 60 years old, 70, 80 years old, but it's happening to 20 and 30-year-olds, 15-year-olds, young people who are supposed to have this youthful exuberance to them, but they find themselves operating in life with a sluggishness and dread. Believe me, I've been there so many times in my life, so many times in fact, that it really caused me to dive deep and figure out what are the things that are actually going to contribute to me having more energy, and how do I make those things happen every single day. And through all my research and self-experimentation, I've found out that the most important things are kind of the things that you hear all the time: sleep, exercise, and diet. You might be tempted now to click away from this video because you already know this, but that's exactly where I ran into problems. I was treating sleep, exercise, and diet like a checklist. It's like, yeah, I get a reasonable amount of sleep, I exercise, I'm an athletic guy, yeah, I eat food. So those things can't be the reason why I'm feeling sluggish. So I started looking for these like quick tips, and maybe I was iron deficient, or maybe I had a gluten sensitivity, or maybe I needed to decalcify my pineal gland. I skipped over the fundamentals in search for some miracle pill that would make me less tired throughout the day. It wasn't until I revisited the basics and tried to absolutely nail them that I realized that was the problem the whole six, and tried to absolutely nail them. That I realized that was the problem the whole time, especially sleep. So in this video, I want to go over some things that I've implemented in my life that really has given me a lot more energy throughout the day on a consistent basis. And yeah, hopefully they work for you as well.
Are you always tired? Do you mope around the house, dreaming big dreams, but lacking energy to make them come true? Well, maybe it's because you suck.
Okay, so thing number one, I stopped misusing caffeine. Now, caffeine is one of those weird ones. People think they know a lot about how caffeine works. You know, you've probably heard that caffeine lasts between 5 and 7 hours, so, you know, don't drink too much caffeine in the afternoon or you might not be able to fall asleep. But the weird thing about caffeine is that it lasts a lot longer than 5 to 7 hours. The half-life of caffeine is 5 to 7 hours. And half-life means that after 5 to 7 hours, half the caffeine is still in your system, and then it takes another 5 to 7 hours after that for half of that amount of caffeine to leave your system. So if you have a cup of coffee at like 4 p.m., which is, you know, kind of late, but it's probably not going to ruin your sleep or something like that, think again. If you have coffee at 4 p.m., by 11 p.m., there's a good chance that 50% of that caffeine is still in your system. That means by like 5 a.m., there's a good chance that a quarter of the original 4 p.m. cup of coffee is still in your system. You know, deep into the night is when you're supposed to be having some of your deepest, most restorative sleep of your life. This is the kind of sleep that helps you form memories, process the information you were bombarded with throughout the day, form connections, form new ideas so that you can be more creative. The kind of sleep that's supposed to be healing your muscle tissues, purging your body of adenosine so that you don't feel tired anymore.
Outside in front of the location, you said some sort of a restaurant.
There's a lot of of important things that are going on while you're sleeping, and your body being filled with this caffeine is seriously inhibiting those processes. So the simple tweak that I did that helped me not misuse caffeine is to just not drink caffeine past lunchtime. I have the one that I wake up with in the morning, and since I'm a little bit of a caffeine fiend, I have another one about 2 hours after that to really get my morning productivity, the kind of meth head high that I'm looking for. I'll still get the caffeine crash late after lunch. I expect that. It's the kind of game you play if you're a caffeine addict like me. But at least when I want to put my head on the pillow after a hard day's work, I'm actually able to get the sleep that my body needs. So do not drink caffeine past 12 p.m. Just don't do it. The other thing that I started implementing was I gave myself a lot more sleep opportunity. Everyone's heard that you need 8 hours of sleep a night, but the truth is, in order to sleep for that long, you probably need to be in bed for longer. I take about half an hour to 45 minutes to fall asleep every single night. So I need to be in bed half an hour or 45 minutes earlier than I'm planning on falling asleep, and that makes sure that I actually get the sleep that I need every single night. Because the benefits of a good night's sleep is something that's accumulative.
I fall asleep fast though. I fall asleep like super quick.
You know, if you give yourself that much opportunity every single night, your amount of sleep baseline will go up over a long period of time. You'll kind of work off your sleep debt. You'll work off your sleep deprivation that you've been chronically plagued with. All you need to do is give yourself more opportunity to sleep. The other thing that I did was I fixed my circadian rhythm. For those of you who don't know, your circadian rhythm is sort of like this internal clock that tells your brain whether it's daytime or nighttime. You should be given energy and when you should slow down and get ready for bed. And a lot of your circadian rhythm is dictated by sunlight, how bright it is around you, how dark it is around you, which is why you've heard that you shouldn't go on social media or on smartphones or look at screens right before bed, which is very, very true. When you're looking at all this blue light, your brain thinks that it's daytime, so it's not giving you the melatonin that you need, that your brain needs to know that it's like time to slow down and go to bed now. So one thing that's really helped me is to not look at screens right before I go to bed, and especially not in bed. That way my brain can actually start producing adequate melatonin. You know, I can start slowing down psychologically, and by the time my head hits the pillow during my little sleep opportunity window, I'm out like a light. The other thing I did to fix my circadian rhythms was I pinned a black blanket over my windows because I'm a barbarian with no sense of interior design. But what that did was when it's the earlier hours of the morning when I'm still sleeping, like 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., I still want it to be dark so I can still be deep in sleep and getting as much high quality sleep as I can, rather than having all this sun blasting in the window interrupting my hard-earned slumber. So make your room darker so that for the time you're asleep, your brain thinks it's nighttime and that you should be sleeping. And the last thing that I implemented to improve my sleep seems like a little quick fix. I don't know if this applies to you, but I was reading this book called Breath by James Nestor, and he talked about the benefits of nasal breathing as opposed to mouth breathing. And I noticed that when I put my head on my pillow every night, my nose gets really congested, and I end up opting in the middle of the night to mouth breathing. And in the book, he talks about how nasal breathing is a lot better for you. So anyways, if you can't breathe out of your nose at night, fix that. I fixed it by using Breathe Right strips. This video is not sponsored by Breathe Right, but that's just what I did and they worked for me. I'll put an Amazon, actually I'm not going to put an Amazon link, just type in Breathe Right strips. Okay, so let's talk about exercise. There is a fascinating link between your psychology and your physiology. It seems like what's good for the body is also good for the mind. It's the reason why power posing somehow, like standing up, putting your hands on your hips or whatever, that kind of stuff increases testosterone. It's bizarre to think of it, but literally just power posing, feeling powerful, lowers your cortisol, which is your stress hormone, and increases your testosterone, making you feel more confident and powerful. You hear so many accounts of people who fixed their posture, which allowed them to go about the day with more confidence. It's like a chicken or the egg thing. They fixed their physiology, which translated into benefits for their psychology. The only reason why I'm saying this is because one of the most effective ways that you can have more energy throughout the day is to move your body. See how the hips act as a pivot. You would think that if everyone had the same baseline energy to work with, that if you expend that energy by being active, you'll have less energy throughout the day. But the exact opposite is true. People who regularly expend their energy have a higher baseline of energy to expend.
Squeeze tight with the buttocks and
Slowly put the buttocks way back.
It's almost like there's a golden rule baked into the universe that says, that which costeth energy giveth energy. I should probably make a t-shirt. So you might be thinking, Joey, you're an active guy, you go to the gym, you play hockey, so that probably wasn't that big of a problem for you. Well, it turns out it was. I play hockey once or twice a week in the evenings, and then I go to the gym for like half an hour to 45 minutes to do some heavy lifting 3 to 4 times a week. But I spend the rest of that time, by and large, sitting on my butt, editing videos, writing content, whatever. This sedentary lifestyle was draining my energy. So I made a simple tweak. Not only do I make sure I get out and take a walk every single day, I do something to get out of the house, get moving, but I also bought a standing desk. So I spend a large portion of my time when I'm being productive standing up on my desk rather than sitting down. And this has that power posing effect. The fact that I'm standing up, my body kind of learns that I'm more active and I'm somebody who stands up. So it's like, here, have more energy. So use this weird phenomenon to your advantage. Make sure that every single day you're getting up out of your chair, you're going for a walk, a minute every hour, 3 to 5 minutes every hour if you're, want to be ambitious. Get up from your chair, go for a walk, go do something. The energy benefits will come in droves. And now just briefly, I'm actually not going to talk about diet because I feel like I don't want to add to the noise. One thing I've learned is that it's really genetically dependent. If your ancestors were from a certain part of the universe, maybe a paleo diet works better for you, maybe you have a sensitivity. By and large, though, avoid packaged food, avoid sugar, drink enough water, all these things. There's a million diets that you can look up on the internet. If you're putting a reasonable amount of effort into what you're putting into your body and you're not taking care of your sleep or exercise, you'll probably still be sluggish. It's the combination of these 3 things, especially sleep, especially exercise, with like a reasonable effort put into your diet, you'll have energy to work with. You'll finally be somebody who's perky, who has energy, who can tackle their daily tasks and actually get things done without constantly feeling like somebody is just dragging you down, holding on to your shirt, and just like covering your eyes all the time. I don't know what that is. It's terrible. I just want to give a big thank you to Audible for sponsoring this video. And I actually only made this video because I started reading the book Why We Sleep by Matthew Walker on Audible. It was just like a really fascinating book, talking about the benefits of sleep, the complex mechanics that go on under the surface. It talked about the mechanics of dreams, which is some Christopher Nolan stuff. And I'd highly recommend the Audible version specifically because the guy who's narrating it has just such a golden voice. You can listen to it as you're drifting off into slumber. And for those of you who don't know, Audible is the leading provider of spoken word.
Tell me, whoever's watching Alex's live, tell me if you hear this or not.
444 Red 5. I see you. 444 Red 5.
There now, 1873 Boulevard, it's really good coat factory, suspect no white call. Not sure Jeep no further unknown if anyone is suspect is near the front near the registers. Still items and then the Homeland Security. Code 4678, already 2143.
Yeah, some members are gonna check out unit. Is that right? Yep. Found that machine. The runner at unit 228. Roger, they're gonna take a look. So far, panels all good.
One of the most common So for the majority of my life, I struggled to go to the gym consistently, even though the gym has always been a part of my life to some degree. I grew up playing hockey, and all my brothers played hockey and went to the gym, so going to the gym was always the right thing to do, but I could never stay consistent. Even into university, sometimes I'd go 2 weeks straight in the gym and then take a month off. I'd try to get into a groove and hype myself up, and I really wanted to look like Thor. And then I lost my hair. The whole point of this story is to let you know that if you relate to this, I've been in that exact same place, but I've managed in recent years to develop a tremendous consistency at the gym, and it takes me a lot less effort to get there than it previously ever has. And I can credit this a lot to a particular mindset I've adopted when it comes to doing things that I find difficult or boring, and sort of tricking my brain into liking these things. I've also been able to apply this strategy to other areas of my life, most specifically to reading books and editing videos. Essentially what I did is I stopped generating motivation by thinking about an end goal, and instead I learned to enjoy the process. So first of all, what's wrong with visualizing an end goal? Why not use this image of this beach body or Greek god physique as motivation to work out? Well, the main problem you'll face is the fact that there is a huge disparity between what it feels like to fantasize about this Greek god physique and what it feels like to actually be at the gym pushing heavy weights. They're a completely different sensation. Fantasizing about having an awesome body feels awesome. It puts you in this sort of la la land where you're just walking around as this imaginary imaginary version of yourself. Actually going to the gym, it's strenuous, it's sweaty, and it's often really boring, especially if you're doing cardio on a treadmill. It's like the most boring thing I've ever encountered in my life. That's the first problem. The second problem that you face when you try to generate your motivation from this ideal image of yourself is that it will always be a moving target. No matter how much you fantasize about this perfect version of yourself, you will never feel like you have arrived. And even if you were to hypothetically arrive at this goal, there's something called entropy. Stagnation breeds destruction. If you just sit on your winnings, everything will fall apart. You need to keep moving. You have to love the daily discipline of going to battle every single day and finding pleasure and fulfillment in the thing, in the present moment, for its own sake. If you're able to do this, then that's the happy place. The thing itself will generate its own motivation as you do it. You can become fully immersed in the activity you're doing. So am I saying it's bad to have goals in general? Not at all. Goals are really good for creating direction. Having an ideal is sort of like having a compass. It's leading you in the right direction. You should take a glance at it for reference, but in the day-to-day struggle of actually doing the thing, it's not what you should be focusing on. So now that we know why it's kind of unhelpful to always think about this end goal, now you're probably thinking, how do I learn to enjoy and embrace difficult things and have it be an integrated part of my life? So there are two things that really help me do that. Number one is more of a mindset shift, and it's more inner work. And number two is more of a practical, strategic thing that you do to yourself. Okay, so number one is to operate from an abundance mindset rather than a scarcity mindset. When you think to yourself, So number one is to operate from an abundance mindset rather than a scarcity mindset. When you think to yourself, I need to go get jacked, do you think that's an abundance mindset or a scarcity mindset?
Ready? Begin.
That is a scarcity mindset because you need to go get something, and that implies that you don't already have it. When you say, I need to go to the gym because I need to go get jacked, you're subconsciously saying to yourself, that's because I'm not jacked yet, which also implies to yourself that you're not jacked. And as I mentioned in previous videos, human beings have an innate sense of wanting to stay intellectually consistent. Whatever you think your identity is, you will operate accordingly. So if you are constantly telling yourself that you are not jacked, what do not jacked people do? They don't go to the gym. When you look at it that way, going to the gym will always be something that's outside of yourself. It's something that's unnatural for you. Why would you go to the gym if you're not jacked? So am I saying you should do some like woo-woo thing and pretend that you're jacked all of a sudden? Like force yourself to know that you are in fact a giant beast? That's not what I'm saying, because that's not true.
Who the hell is yelling on the radio?
Instead, try reminding yourself that the reason why you want to go to the gym is because you're an active person. And going to the gym is something that is important to you. Your health is important to you. So since you're an active person, going to the gym is just something you do. That gets rid of a ton of mental resistance in the way of actually going to the gym. You can use this exact same method for reading books. If you're constantly telling yourself like, oh, I have to go read books to get smarter. Oh, I have to go read a book now. Like, obviously you're not going to have a good time while you're doing it. But if you identify as somebody who enjoys reading books, it's something that you like doing, it's just a part of who you are, then you're way more likely to actually follow through with doing it. And if you think this is just some woo-woo crap, this is how some of the greatest musicians, athletes, performers operate. Take John Mayer, for example. I was just watching one of his Instagram live videos where he was jamming out to backtracks, and he was having the time of his life. And he said on the actual live stream,
nothing's more fun in this lifetime. Going out to dinner and coming home and picking up guitar and just practicing. Just play. I don't even call it practicing.
Because even the word practice implies that you're only doing it to achieve some sort of outcome. But if you're playing, you're just enjoying it for what it is.
So when I'm playing for you, I'm kind of doing what I do at home, which is repeat the same stuff over and over because it feels really good.
This next tip is a little bit more practical and a little less theoretical, and that is to utilize habit bunching. And that is when you pair an already existing habit that you are used to doing with one that you're trying to work on. So, for instance, I'm a sucker for a great cup of coffee. I have one in the morning and one in the early afternoon. I really enjoy the taste of coffee, and I look forward to it every single time. Do I have an addiction? Yes, but I can leverage this filthy habit of mine into working on another habit. A great one to pair with a coffee addiction is reading. And that's exactly how I started reading more books. Every single morning, next to my coffee maker, I placed the book that I wanted to read next to it, so that when I made my coffee, I knew to pick up the book, and I could only drink the coffee if I was reading the book the entire time I was drinking it. Done. And the crazy thing about this is, eventually, you just start getting used to reading, whether you have coffee or not. The action of opening up a book and reading becomes a lot more natural. It'll become something very pleasant to you. That's so much better than reading for the end goal of becoming smarter. Like, what does getting smarter even feel like? It doesn't feel like anything. It's not like in the Matrix where they download Kung Fu 1 to Neo. All of a sudden you just feel it. Habit bunching also works really well when you're trying to develop a gym habit. If you have an album that you are currently in the habit of listening to, you crave the sound of Post Malone's beautiful, sweet, silky melodies, then you should leverage that. Allow yourself to listen to Post Malone, but only when you're at the gym. This is one of the main ways I started to become consistent at the gym. I had this Migos album that would like pump me up so much, even though I'm looking back on it now, it's like not even good music at all. And just like drinking coffee and reading, once you start using habit bunching to develop a positive association with the habit you're trying to work on, then your entire mindset towards that thing shifts. Pretty soon, you will just like going to the gym because of the way it makes you feel, and realize that it's less about the music that's actually making you feel so good, and it's more about the endorphins of pushing heavy weight and getting stronger. So to summarize, stop generating your motivation on a day-to-day basis by fantasizing about some sort of end goal that you're never going to arrive at. Instead, use the appropriate mindset shifts and the habit bunching tool and whatever other tools at your disposal you have to help you love the process and help you love doing these things for their own sake. Huge shout out to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. For those of you who don't know, Skillshare is an online learning platform with thousands of classes covering dozens of topics.
Building is going to be on the left side for Eddie. Charlie. That's back. That's still puzzle, dude.
Here are 8 movies that improved my life, and maybe they'll improve yours too. Number 1, Catch Me If You Can. Catch Me If You Can is a 2002 film that is a true story. Obviously, there are probably some dramatic elements, and it stars Leo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks, directed by Steven Spielberg. It's an absolute classic. The film is based on the life of Frank William Abagnale Jr., one of the most successful con men in American history. He effortlessly performed some of the most depraved acts of deception by posing as a Pan-American Airlines pilot, a doctor in Georgia, and a prosecutor in Louisiana, all before his 19th birthday. This guy was an absolute prodigy. While I wouldn't recommend living your life like Frank William Nail, I don't want you to con people more than you already do. But what this movie teaches you is an invaluable lesson about how human psychology works. People only know what you tell them. Catch Me If You Can teaches you about the power of presentation. By the way you dress, the way you hold yourself, you subconsciously signal to people how they should treat you. Do you carry yourself with dignity, confidence, authority? If not, what does that tell other people about how they should treat you? It makes you wonder how many people that you look up to in life are actually bullshit, totally faking it. They don't know anything, but they dress the part and have self-confidence. And on the flip side, it makes you wonder how many people genuinely know what they're talking about, have exceedingly valuable information, but have no presentation skills whatsoever, so you perceive whatever they're saying negatively. Presentation is an
bicycle accident, fractured tibia about 5 inches. Dr. Harris. Yes. Do you concur? Concur with what, sir? What Dr. Ashland just said. You concur?
Well, it's a bicycle accident. No one told us.
You concur? I think we should take an X-ray and stitch him up. Put him in a walking cast.
Very good, Dr. Ashland. Very good. Well, you don't seem to have much time for me. Carry on.
Lewis, enough. What about concur?
IBMs.
Hands on your head.
Oh, that's the new IBM Select.
Put your hands on your head.
Print type in 5 seconds.
Shut up!
Out the wall.
Put your hands on your head. Put your hands.
You know, he's got over 200 checks here.
Hands on your head.
Drafting, even has little payroll envelopes.
Put it down. Put it down.
Relax. Right? My name's Al Mario, at Secret Service. I just tried to jump out the window. My partner has him in custody. You think the FBI is on this guy? I mean, come on. He's dabbling in government checks here. Following a paper trail. This guy. One step. Do you mind taking that gun out of my face, please?
Out of here. Have fun at you.
Take my whole wallet.
Absolutely not. At 10 floor. 115 how?
Up to River 91, still taking a ride over.
Alright, 10 floor. 115 David, negative on the callback. It's just ringing out to voicemail.
You want my gun too? Come over here, take my gun. Hey, look. Just do me a favor. Take a look outside. Look out the window. My partner's walking into the car as we speak. Look. Brown was pissed in his pants back here. He jumped right through the window into the middle of my car. Hey, Murph. Yeah, call the LAPD again. I don't want people walking through my crime scene. I didn't expect to see the service on this. Don't worry about it. Well, what's your name?
115 boy.
Stanley John's going to be a 29. You can mark it a 93 French from the 84 as a knife shot.
10 floor.
Please see some identification.
8 foot time 3.
Never can.
5 out of 184.
10 floor 3.
Well, tough luck, Carl. 5 minutes earlier, you would have landed yourself a pretty good collar.
All right. 10 seconds later, you'd have been shot. Mind if I come downstairs with you? I gotta take a look at this guy.
Sure thing. Just do me a favor and sit tight for a second while I get this evidence downstairs. You don't want some maid walking through here and making the bed. LAPD should be here any sec.
Wait. What?
Hang on to it for a moment. I trust you.
Charlie 1.
One sec, Charlie 1.
That's that, not yellow.
10 floor. David. 115 David. Stop, I'm making a note further here. Just try to call back one more time. We're about to the night job. 10 floor, come on. And this time, no further than 817 on the boulevard. No further unit. Airport 320, 8 times 10 in.
Out.
150 how?
Sure, 6 on them.
10 4, 328, what time? Yeah, 115 David, voicemail again on the callback. Charlie 1.
And Charlie 1.
Check out address 54 Conscious, 10418 Otis Avenue. Causes a study on Granger. It's for a 10-year-old female unconscious at the location.
And what's we go?
Alright, 7-4. EMS is around 5. Can I find the last unit?
15 David.
15 David, proceed.
On that call back, right?
Yeah, it's a negative. I checked 3 times. It's voice
No, no 15. See the log shortly through.
7-4, copy that. One 10 311.
That's probably 41 David. 408. 9 Charlie.
7-4.
Amplifier. It will amplify the good in you or the bad in you. And in this world, tons of very bad people have very high charisma. So
Shove. I Charlie. Something like that. Description.
Regarding this is going to be a gray Mercedes-Benz, so please drive to the light, back to the north of the line for this.
For the other update on it.
So if you perceive yourself as a good person, have strong values, I think it's a moral imperative to also develop charisma, to present yourself and your information well, to combat the evil charismatic people of the world. It's also just a fantastic film. It's so easy to watch, so entertaining, and you will leave this film with some new ideas.
I'm a celebrity in an emergency. Can you patch me through on that line, please?
Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day is a 1993 comedy starring Bill Murray. The story follows a weatherman who finds himself reliving the same day over again. The thing I love about Groundhog Day is that it's not only an extremely easy film to watch, it's also a profound film about you and your own mental prison that you can fall into if you're not careful. Groundhog Day is a metaphor for the prison of the self. Bill Murray's character was self-serving, and he robbed himself of joy because of it. Every one of his days felt agonizingly identical, and he wasn't able to escape it until he got outside of himself. Because going outside of yourself expands your world and adds meaning to your life. By watching Groundhog Day, you will be inspired to do things you haven't done before, to escape the prison of your mind and stop being so selfish, so self-serving, so inside. It'll also inspire you to detox your soul from irony poisoning.
This is pitiful. 1,000 people freezing their butts off waiting to worship a rat.
It'll help you identify that skepticism, sarcasm, pessimism. These things will eat you alive.
Okay, campers. Rise and shine.
I've been doing a little research on Angel's tumor, and it's totally clear that anybody with familial abdominis polyposis should be supplementing platinum-based doublet regimens with Icos and benzoic acid.
Limitless. Everybody knows Limitless. Limitless is a 2011 film starring Bradley Cooper and Robert De Niro. It's about a struggling writer who gains access to a mysterious drug that enhances his intellectual abilities to superhuman levels, but it also exposes him to dangerous consequences.
I learned to play the piano in 3 days.
Limitless is not art. I'll say it
Thank you, Jeff. Take care.
right now. But its impact on me was undeniable. I watched Limitless on a plane when I was 15 years old, and it blew my mind. It got me thinking about the brain I have and how perhaps I'm not using it to its full potential. It got me thinking that perhaps the key to greatness is already within me. Everything that I have ever learned is not forgotten, but lying dormant somewhere in my subconscious. I just needed to find a way to access it.
My brain was just pouring this stuff out. Everything I'd ever read, heard, seen was now organized and available. Here it is. Here you go.
This movie, naturally, is everybody's gateway drug into biohacking and nootropics. If you don't know what nootropics are, they're brain-enhancing supplements. Because when you watch a movie about a guy who solves all of his life problems by taking one mystery pill, it gets you thinking about whether or not this mystery pill exists in real life.
Okay, so what do we have here? Some unknown, untested, possibly dangerous drug scammed out of some unidentified lab somewhere, given to me by a highly unreliable guy I hadn't seen in years. So you want some more?
Yes, definitely. Watching Limitless will inspire you to use the brain you currently have to its full potential. It'll motivate you to think about your problems differently and ask the question, if I were on NZT-48, how would I solve this problem? If you haven't watched Limitless, watch it.
What? I want you to hit me as hard as you can.
Let me tell you a little bit about Tyler Durden.
There's not really much I can say about Fight Club that hasn't been said in a billion He's Literally Me montages or film analysis videos. So I'm going to give you the overly simplistic take. The reason why you should watch it if you want to improve your life is because of an energy. Fight Club represents an energy. A simple thought, that of embracing chaos. Most of the time, it's not the actual external events that happen to you that will ruin your life, but it's your own fear of bad things happening, this constant rumination that will rob you of life. Your fear of death will rob you of life. Fight Club will remind you that the answer to your life's problems isn't buying that new piece of IKEA furniture. It's not getting a matching cutlery set. It's not buying that beautiful, sexy 2023 Toyota Tundra, because it won't make you happy. It's all just stupid shit. Because in a way, these are all just ways to avoid death. They're all little consumeristic traps that are basically a facade that taps into your instinct to self-preserve. Why do you need a nice house? Why do you need a matching cutlery set? Is that going to keep you from dying? Is that going to keep the chaos at bay in your life? By watching Fight Club, you will become bolder. Willing to take risks. It'll really start to get you thinking. Maybe discomfort not only isn't really that bad, but maybe it's exactly what I need.
The monkey ready to be shot into space.
Watching Fight Club will also permanently imprint the character of Tyler Durden onto your brain. So when you're feeling a little too comfortable, you're afraid to ask a girl out, you're afraid to go for a run, you can ask yourself, what would Tyler Durden do in this situation? Once again, not that Tyler Durden is a shining example of how to live your life, but just like Frank William Abagnale Jr., movies can have caricatures of the dramatic extreme end of certain philosophies that you can borrow when it's useful to you and then discard when it's not.
So you are by far the most interesting single-serving friend I've ever met. See, obviously, everything on the planet is single-serving, even the...
I get it. It's very clever.
Thank you.
How's that working out for you?
What?
Being clever.
Anyways, watch Fight Club.
Definitely. Awesome, yeah. I mean, if it's too much trouble, you totally don't have to, but if you need someone, I mean...
Duncan.
Yes.
There you go. The Way, Way Back is an underrated film. Not very many people have heard of this. It's a 2013 coming-of-age comedy drama. Despite the fact that it's fairly unknown, it has some familiar faces in there. We have Steve Carell and Sam Rockwell, most notably. Steve Carell in this movie is an absolute asshole. He is not even a little bit funny, whereas Sam Rockwell is very funny. Well, actually, Sam Rockwell is always funny.
Fred, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
What?
You'd have to take off plates. Way too much fun. It's making her want to go.
When you watch The Way, Way Back, you just feel good. And I think the importance of that can't be understated. So much movie soak in on social media, wastes your time, and leaves you with absolutely nothing. But this film kind of brightens up your mood and inspires you to be a good person. It makes you really look up to Sam Rockwell's character. Because Sam Rockwell's character in the film, he doesn't really have it figured out. He's a smart ass, a little bit of a deadbeat, and probably doesn't like himself very much. But even though he's going through a hard time, he never lost his humanity. He was able to identify that a young kid looked up to him. And with that knowledge, he was able to make a profound
My 22, I need to control this. I need to be clean.
So if you're going through a time in your life where you feel like maybe you're not doing so well, maybe you're not qualified to help somebody out of a bad situation, I highly recommend watching The Way, Way Back, because it will remind you that no matter where you are in life, you have the capacity for good.
That's why you can't buy into that shit. You gotta go your own way.
One male and one female down to the space mileage 50128.
My friend, you're going your own way.
Everything I have learned, I will teach you. Economics, mathematics, philosophy, science.
It's great, right?
Of course.
Where do we start?
The Count of Monte Cristo. This movie so underrated. The Count of Monte Cristo is based on a novel by Alexandre Dumas, and it tells the story of Edmond Dantes, a man who is wrongfully imprisoned and then seeks revenge against those who betrayed him. The Count of Monte Cristo is the perfect tale of betrayal and vengeance. The main character, Edmond Dantes, endures the worst torture imaginable and then proceeds to have the biggest come. Few things in life make me feel more vicariously like a boss than seeing Edmond Dantes float down on that balloon in his party. It's like, come at me, because I just arrived on a balloon. This film is highly inspiring. It reminds you that in life, if you're stuck in the prison of Chateau d'If, if you are currently in your darkest timeline, you can keep your head down and make something out of it, so that when you're finally released from the prison, you're prepared. You didn't use your hardship as an excuse to waste away, even though you would have had every right to. Nobody would have blamed you. Isolation, loneliness, captivity, these things can all be leveraged to your advantage. There's an upside to almost everything, but you have to find it. By watching The Count of Monte Cristo, you'll be inspired to transform even the hardest times to your advantage. The Count of Monte Cristo will inspire you to strike at the right moment and to have the strength to take advantage of opportunity when it presents itself because you've been training, you've been proactive. It'll also inspire you to go on an adventure, to find lost treasure, and have the biggest come up of your life, and overall just be an absolute G.
Life is a storm by your mind. You'll bask in the sunlight one moment, be shattered on the rocks the next. What makes you a man is what you do when that storm comes.
Show me doing it interior.
Shout as you did in Rome. Do your worst. For I will do mine. Then the fates will know you as we know you. As Albert Mondego. Man.
What happened to your feet?
You mean, these are my 407s.
Oh, they're 407s. Can I see them?
Yep. He's offering a lot of support.
Whoa, come on!
What are you, in a fraternity?
Are you insane?
Are you in a fraternity?
You could have hit somebody.
Hey,
What's
well-
that?
I'm asking you a question. You in a fraternity?
No.
Why you teach jokes?
What?
Okay, Crazy Stupid Love. Crazy Stupid Love might sound like a weird one on this list because it kind of is, but its impact on me as a young teen was undeniable. Crazy Stupid Love is a 2011 romantic comedy starring Steve Carell once again, Ryan Gosling, Julianne Moore, and Emma Stone, and also Josh Groban. He makes an appearance.
Get a banana.
It follows the story of a middle-aged man who, after his wife asks for a divorce, seeks help from a young bachelor to navigate the dating scene. Basically, the utility of Crazy Stupid Love, you'll probably have your own takeaways from it, but my own takeaway when I watched it for the first time is that Ryan Gosling is a cool guy. Ryan Gosling's character in Crazy Stupid Love was kind of my fashion and charisma icon as a teenager. This film taught me to be
Better than the Gap.
and to ditch my Velcro wallet.
Wait, your mom?
It also inspired me to not be a bumbling doofus.
I'm a cup.
To put more effort into, the way I dress, the way I present myself, and just be a cooler guy in general. But the thing about Crazy Stupid Love is that Ryan Gosling's character isn't without his flaws. He's kind of a slimy womanizer who has no soul, which is the nice thing about Crazy Stupid Love. It's a very human film. I like the message in this movie. It'll get you thinking like, yeah, you know what? I should dress better. I should have some ribs. I should take care of myself. But happiness isn't found in buying things or using people, but rather in giving and in sharing life with the people that you love. So absolutely take care of your appearance because you're dignified. So you should reflect that dignity by the way that you dress. But to weaponize aesthetic virtue to absorb pleasure from others, it's a vacuous behavior that will leave you hollow in the long run. This is what happened to Ryan Gosling's character. He used his Ryan Gosling looks and style to take advantage of people for his own pleasure, and it left him hollow and profoundly lonely in the long run. Whereas Steve Carell's character was sort of on the opposite side of the spectrum. He loved and cared for his kids, but he sort of lost respect for himself, stopped taking care of himself.
Okay. How much you need?
And the balance is somewhere right in the middle, where you're not so self-absorbed, but you take care of yourself so that you can increase your capacity to take care of others. Because ultimately, that's what helps give life meaning. Take care of it. Elf. Okay, guys, hear me out. Elf
is a 2003 Christmas comedy film directed by Jon Favreau, starring Will Ferrell. It tells the story of a human who was raised by elves at the North Pole and travels to New York City in search of his true identity. See, okay, Elf, it's not a great movie. As a movie, he's an angry elf. But I'd be lying if I said this movie didn't stick with me, and that's because of the father figure. The father figure of Elf is the emotional heart of the movie. He sort of plays the straight man character. Everybody can identify with the father figure. It makes you wonder, what would you do in this situation if this absolute freak, mentally unstable man-child entered your life? How would you deal with it? What if he was your son? You don't have to watch this movie, it's not very good. Okay guys, I actually have like 8 more movies in front of me, but I'm just running out of time to talk about them. So if you want me to continue this series, let me know in the comment section below. Thank you for watching. This video is sponsored by Athletic Greens. AG1 makes it insanely easy for me to make sure that I'm hitting my nutritional goals. Out of all of the multivitamins or supplements that I've ever taken, Athletic Greens has by far the most complex nutritional profile.
Charlie 2. Take the side of service, go to remainder. 5. Take me out of service for the remainder.
David. 91 my interior, 90 exit 13. Thanks for lieutenant for the back.
You guys see me? I don't know what's going on. I was trying to stream a Rumble as well. Should be cooking because this is how, this is how for my family. But I'm a man. And I'm going to continue to be a man. Which means I'm not going to receive the money I made this month. But I really believe, I believe this.
wanted to have a YouTube channel, to be of some type of influence, to be on camera. I've always wanted to be on camera. I don't know, since I was a kid, that's just my dream. Just like that, YouTube just decided to take it away in one shot. I have many plans. I've been saving my money. I've been trying to do the right thing. But the stream on Rumble is not working. I'm trying to actually figure out how I can stream on Rumble. I don't know why it's not letting me stream on Rumble. Yeah, that's what it's 34. Hey, we have that. Actually, disregard.
with Super David with 1 London, Lieutenant Alstein. Take it up, 7.
which is kind of Crazy White Boys Part 2, but with motorcycles. That was 20 years ago, man. Wow. Crazy White Boys was 20 years ago.
I know what my dog did.
LA. And the reason they did that is if it gave an opportunity to do different places, different seasons. So if Stringers LA was success, that means we could have did Stringers Miami, Stringers New York, Stringers San Francisco. That's why they named it Stringers LA. They were hoping that it would be more successful than it was. But it was an odd time. It was a very odd time for reality shows back in that day. When it comes to reality shows, and I figured this out a while ago, nobody cares about the guy behind the camera. They just care about the people in front of the camera creating drama. That is why Shot in the Dark worked, because we created drama with the packaging. And, well, let's admit, I'm drama. So, it seems to follow me. It seems to follow me. But as I'm getting older, I'm getting better at dealing with it.
Alright, so I'm going past your side of the vehicle. Going past the church, right? 36th Street, go eastbound.
Sunset and Los Palmas. So, Stringers LA you can actually watch on this channel. There's 12 episodes, 2 seasons, and then with Shot in the Dark, it's on Netflix. Stringers LA was 2007, 2008. The first 6 were very story oriented. The second 6 were very lifestyle oriented. Oh, that's not me. Oh, now that's me. Norms, and I haven't been by this Norms in a while. I went to a pretty cool call there once. Vehicle into a structure. Took out that front portion of it. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate that. Hey, Adam, what time is it right now? What are we looking at here? We're looking at... Well, so that means it's 4 o'clock there. When does news start? News start at 4 or 5? Here it starts at 4. So by the time I'm ending my day, I've always seen what you got on the news. Is Crazy White Boys on YouTube? All of it or just parts of it? If all of it's there, that's hilarious. I was Homer, one of the Homers. I can't tell you which one, but I was one of the Homers. That is me running over the cop car. And the fast food is definitely me. I got into a sword fight, that's me. And then I filmed most of it. So if you don't see me, there's a good chance I'm behind the camera. That's the kind of crap that I was into in the 90s and the early 2000s. But at some point, I started going out at night doing this, and my lifestyle changed. It went from messing around to recording people who are messing around. Basically chasing reality. I've been chasing reality since the 90s. I mean the 80s, but I can officially say the 90s. I've been chasing reality since the 90s. And it just so happens that I chase other people's realities.
Hey, boy. Show me that thing.
2039 Roger, electric supervisor, 2839 to female offensive on that someone is there looking to see.
And so you have any closing regards?
2830.
Alright, so it's time for a good crash. That's what's gonna happen right now. It's time for a good crash.
In Newark, meanwhile, police are searching for a man who they say stole a car with a child inside. Thankfully, the 3-year-old boy was not harmed and is home safe this morning. He was found in the abandoned car in Jersey City nearly 2 hours after it was taken. Police say the person took the car around 8 o'clock yesterday morning. The boy's father stopped at an auto body shop where he wanted to pick up a car and left the car running while he ran inside.
You can't walk, you need a wheelchair. Alright, we're going to Beverly Hills. And just take it to Lowry's.
Here's another look at the
I took my
suspect
dad
who's
there
still
once.
on the run.
Father's Day. He had prime rib. I had lobster. Charles, I might be in Canada. I may be in Canada for my 50th. I have to go to the consulate first and get permission to go into the country. I'm not allowed to go in. If I go into the country without going to the consulate first, I will be thrown in Canadian prison. So I gotta go to the consulate, and the plan is possibly Canada. Doing what I love most. Doing what I love most. And getting more Broadway. For what? We just passed 7 Day. We can be at Merrill's 7 Day pretty quick. Oh, I'm much happier here, absolutely. I am much happier here. I went through some stuff while I was gone, that's for sure. Mentally, I definitely went through some stuff. It's so great to be back. And what's so cool is, it's about to start snowing. Mammoth opens in 10 days. I have a season pass. I got a 4-wheel drive. I do not put chains friends on. I'm excited to go snowboarding with Bronson. I might even throw him in a lesson or two. That way, it lets me go play. Now, if he's with his brother or his mom, I don't have to. I can go mess around. But I'm also excited to teach him to snowboard. Like, he's gone snowboarding once, and it was his first time. So we just kind of walked up the hill, put him in his, strapped him in, and he figured it out. So I'm excited to go on the bunny hill and bunny slopes with him. But at some point, that does get boring and tedious, and I have anxiety when I'm on the mountain. And the anxiety is to get down there as fast as you can to get back in line to go back up. So when I'm with Bronson, my anxiety, I'm gonna have to learn. It's kind of like back in the day, man. I used to try to teach people to snowboard, and after about the third season, I was like, I'm done. I'm not teaching you how to ride. You go ride. I'm not gonna drive up to the mountain and waste my time while you're on your butt. But it is my son, so I will waste my time while he's on his butt all day long. I skied once, Adam. I skied once, probably sometime in the 80s next to our cabin in Arrowhead, and I hated it. I hated it so much, I never did it again. And then I started snowboarding in 91. And my first year I went snowboarding at night only at Mountain High 4 times. I did not snowboard during the day until my second season. So I learned how to ride on ice. So I learned not to fall really well. I will tell you this, your knees and your butt and your wrists will hate you the first few times you go. It doesn't matter how good of a skater, surfer, or anything you are. You strap into that snowboard, your knees are gonna hate you. But I've been doing it so long now, it's just muscle memory. Just muscle memory. And a couple years ago, I went to Tahoe, and I thought that was going to be pretty much my last time snowboarding. And I went for it. I was jumping off rocks, jumping doubles. I was having a good time. That is one thing that I will do until I can't do it. In my new place, I built myself a workstation, so it's gonna be fun putting bindings back together and switching boards and bindings and this and that, because Dave's gonna need a board, Lisa's gonna need a board. I have a board for Lisa and Dave, they can share it. If they ever go together, I can figure that out too. But yeah, it's a blast. I'm excited to be back. I'm back home. And I'm right where I should be, right? Like right here, right? Isn't this where I should be? I should be in my car chasing news. No, I've seen the ski bikes. They're in my videos back in the day. So snowboarding is the reason I'm sitting in this car. I can safely say that. There was a video back in the day called Creatures of Habit 2. Not Creatures of Habit 1. Creatures of Habit 2. That video is the reason why I picked up the camera and started filming my friends. Now I was filming my friends before that, but that is the reason why I picked up a camera. It got to the point where I wanted to be a pro snowboarder like everybody else and started snowboarding, and I realized real quick, I'm not the guy in front of the camera. I'd rather be the guy behind it. Then I was snowboarding with the camera and said, this is stupid. Why am I wasting my time filming my friends when I can go have some fun? But I kept the camera in my hand everywhere else except the mountain. And basically I was holding other people's cameras until 1999 when I got my Canon XL1. And then I met Brent in March of 00. And then went out on April 4th, 2000. And I ended up getting, 17 hits in 10 days, and then I took a 2-week vacation. It was fun. But no, I've never been on a snow bike. That doesn't seem fun. Yeah, I used to get a snowboard. My birthday is so close to Christmas, so I would get a snowboard pretty much almost every year. Snowboard for my birthday and Christmas as I got older. And it was to the point like I would ruin the board on purpose so I could get myself a new one. But I have, what do I have? Let's see, my quiver. I have the OG one, not OG, but I have the one I'm riding now. Then I have my Superboard. My Superboard is a Palmer Lee. I spent some of my Stringers LA money back in 2007, and I bought a $1,000 snowboard. And I bought it because I wanted to know what a $1,000 snowboard felt like. And then I told myself, I'm never going to ride this board until I take in hella boarding. And I got that board in 2008, and I finally rode it in 2015. 2016. I finally, no, 2017. Yeah, 2017. I finally rode it in March of 2017 when I went to Alaska. So I bought a board just for heliboarding, and I never rode it until I went heliboarding. And boy, that's a great board. And now I ride it on big mountains other places. I don't want to waste it. It's like the best board I've ever had, and I waste it because for special reasons. So now I kind of ride it even if it's not a special reason. But it has to be pow powder. Pow powder. So I have my old Palmer board, which I really like, and I have that awesome new Palmer board, which I love. And then I have my Jeremy Jones, and then I have my Ranklet and the Ford. So I think I got like 5 boards. Two of them I ride. The other 3, well, I'll just donate to the kids. I'll let them ride those things. Don't know what that means, Tony. I don't know what that means.
Counselor at the 191. Subject to audio, your request for fire department for unknown reason just kept saying, come. Nothing president said.
I water skied back in the day, back in the late 70s, early 80s, Havasu, Lake Arrowhead. And then I started wakeboarding probably sometime in the 90s. And no water skiing for me. I don't know when the softball game is. Probably springtime. I would like to get some together. That'd be nice. It'd be kind of cool.
There's actually 3
And to do it right, we'd have to rent out a place. That way we know, or reserve a place. That way we know no one will take it. And it would be sweet. It'd be sweet to do it yearly. Somebody will bring a hot dog. Somebody will bring a barbecue, some carne asada, and it sounds like a great time. And we can even get a trophy. Or the winning team gets to keep the trophy for that year. I've never heard of that. I don't think I've heard of it.
Additional
70015.
Not a UFO.
Incident 0031 and incident 0191. Upon callback to security, advised the subject from the incident 0191 was calling for the police. Advised that he was being forced to leave the hospital, was caught smoking in the bathroom and felt the fire alarm, and the subject is refusing to leave the security that was supposed to go down.
That's funny. That sounds good. Bean and cheese burrito from Taco Bell sounds good. It really does. Texas ruined it for me. I gave them 2 chances and they both were terrible. And I've only had one since I've been back, and it was amazing. It got smaller. It looks like inflation got a hold of the burrito, but it tasted great. It tasted just like it should have.
East 4th Street, you're here at 85 in a block of Virginia.
Yeah, maybe it's still over there in New York, but it's really good here in Southern California. Their nacho cheese, that's probably my favorite cheese of all time. Okay, so I'm gonna claim this whether you like it or not. When you guys order your breakfast burritos from Taco Bell, and they come with nacho cheese sauce inside, that's because of me and all my hard work in the 90s. I would get their breakfast every morning, and I went a lot of places. I would get their breakfast every morning in Southern California and add nacho cheese to their burrito. Add nacho cheese to that breakfast burrito. And at some point, they finally just made it with it in there. Chipotle, now Chipotle lost. I gave Chipotle 2 chances since I've been back, and both times Chipotle has let me down since I gave Chipotle a chance out there. It was terrible. And then back here, I was like, oh, cool, I'm going to grab me some Chipotle. 2 chances. It was terrible. It was terrible. Terrible. You might still Taco Bell. I don't know. I mean, that's a good thing, I guess. But I feel bad for him. He's missing out. He's missing out on some good stuff. Nacho Bel Grande, no sour cream, no tomato. Oh. Nacho Supreme, no sour cream, no tomato. Oh. But yeah, I will take credit for you guys getting nacho cheese in your breakfast burritos from Taco Bell. That was a lot of hard work. That was probably about a 10-year run there. I had to work really hard to get that going. Same with receipts, but we won't talk about that. Now, if you guys see Crazy White Boys, you'll understand what I mean with receipts. They used to not give you a receipt in your bag. They used to not repeat the order to you. I helped in development with that too. We won't talk about that. And what's weird is I was at Jack in the Box the other day with Bronson, and people are still doing it. Whether it's real or not, people are still doing it. They got me through high school.
Complaint is given a plate. Henry Frank Yellow, Yellow Lincoln to deny. Male black driving a red Nissan Rogue, driver recklessly on the man with hitting intersection Atlantic Avenue, windows red.
Well, keep wondering. Keep wondering. Go, brother flipper.
Alejandro Nishani with a DOB of 6787. There's orange shirt, black pants, dragging you white on the 5th. Policy at Eastbound on Beverly, code 2 to 240 or 237.
Okay.
15 man, it's related to the other call at White Memorial. Per the BCC, the suspect was inside the bathroom smoking, and now he's argued with security and refused to leave the property. Explain for you.
What's your name?
179, please. 179, please. PR here is Club Type House.
Yeah, Charles, the trick is get the holiday ones. The holiday ones still taste great. Like if you get the pumpkin, pumpkin's good. The trees, Christmas trees are really good too. Those ones are still good in my opinion. But the regular old flat ones that you get at the store, no, they do taste different. You're right. Two things about that, Adam. One, I hope that's not true. And two, you shouldn't share that. That's what I thought. Yeah, that's a lot of hard work for little dollars. The on-scene page, since I got back, and Jason as well, but that thing has pretty much doubled in dollars since I got back. That's by design. And then I have my two little pages. I'm working on one of them right now with you, as we can see, and then the other one, it's just so I can mess around. But I've been focusing a lot on the on-scene page, and then eventually I will focus again on this page as well. But the on-scene page is the important page right now. I have a goal to get that thing to you by the end of January, and I might hit it sooner than that. Oh yeah, how is that? So I hear there's dollars in Instagram, I hear there's dollars in Twitter, I hear there's dollars on TikTok. Have you been messing around with any of them, Adam? TikTok doesn't like our type of footage, but it grows quickly if you can get on there. And there's also money in shorts and reels. Have you been messing around with shorts? Have you been messing around with shorts? Because if you make a short, you can like put that on like 5 different platforms. You don't say. You don't say. So those reels that you put on Instagram, just put those as shorts. Make one edit and put that one edit everywhere. Put the one edit on TikTok. Put it on, I hear Rumble's a place. Put it on TikTok, shorts and reels. Shorts is a big, and that's the thing too, is like, with On Scene right now, we are missing out on so much content possibilities. Because there's so much content coming in, like we really need to buckle down and hone in on it. Like, there could be 20 things that come in one day, we do 2 or 3 things, and then the next day 20 more things come in, we do 2. So we are all kind of backwards on it. Charles, something like that, absolutely, yes. Or is that even a thing? YouTube generates a decent amount of money. And with that decent amount of money, we're doing it different. Labs, I would go into the analytics and pay everybody per story, and that just took way too long, and it was too much of a pain in the butt. For on scene, it's more of a we split it. You're in a tier. You're in a certain tier, and then you get that tier. There's part-time tiers and full-time tiers. Part-timers, they only feed so many stories per month, where the full-timers feed more.
The PR is a female Hispanic. She's wearing a black jacket.
At some point here, whether it's on the on-scene channel or on my secondary channel, I'm going to start doing a show like how I did from my studio in Texas. I'll probably do a morning show and show you what Adam did in the morning. I'll show you what all the guys in Houston, Texas did. I'll show you what the guys in Phoenix did. We'll definitely show you what San Diego and LA did.
150 beach 110, 150 beach 110, at 57 hours with a black black sands and black
Just there. Where are you? How do I fix this? There's personal stuff that took place that I can't really tell you about, but that I can tell you that doesn't manage money too well, and his business partner does. And he can't use the company credit card to buy motorcycle parts and things like that. And that's kind of what he did with the new company too. That's why his guys left and came over with me. My business partner is literally a CPA, and so is his dad. So they're really good with numbers. That's the cool thing. So like, when I was running LLN, it was my mom doing the business end of it, and mine, not necessarily everybody else's, which ended up not being fair in the long run. But this time around, so the twins are still alive. One of them is here as a stringer. The other one is alive. One of them is here as a stringer. The other one is in Colorado. I think he is the vice president. He found other ways of making a living and living in Wonderland. Thank you, me too. I appreciate it. And it has been noticed. So if we get this new show, the new show style, that's going to come into play. You're going to get a lot of me saying where we are, what we're doing, just the facts kind of thing. But I've been doing this so long, that's why it kind of comes, second nature about literally just talking about what I'm doing, what I'm seeing, what I'm doing. Twins are RMG, absolutely. They are RMG. RMG News is still around. It's a family-owned business. I talked to Howard a few days ago. Howard is doing his best to get us all back on TV. Howard is doing his best to get us all back on TV. So the Law and Order thing, or the Law and Civil channel, whatever that thing was, that's not going to happen. They wanted too much from us for too little. They just wanted us to do a bunch of things that wasn't worth it. So Howard and Shannon put their time into something else, and that thing is what is going to be the new thing. For sure. We will be contacting you about it soon, once it gets picked up. It's not going to be just Los Angeles. I think we're going to be New York and Houston as well. Possibly Chicago. No, it's okay. It's definitely okay. The new thing is better. The new thing is better, especially budget-wise. I'll explain to you when we're not live. But it's okay. Something new is coming. Actually, you know what? I can probably send it to you. I'm not supposed to, but I can. When we're done here, I'll send it to you. And you can see the difference in what was and then what is. Shannon's always been with RMG. He's never not been with RMG. So there's RMG Entertainment, which is owned by Shannon and Howard, and then there's RMG News, which is owned by Austin and Howard.
Actively endangering yourself. You should do the smart thing. Do not become the human shield that Hamas wants to use you for in the back of yourself. Be safe from here.
Dude, A24 is kicking ass right now, man. Anything they touch is gold. So hopefully you can get a part of that. That would be sick. Yeah, it's a brush fire on the side of the off-ramp. Homeless encampment fire. Homeless encampment fire. Not that I'm aware of, no protests that I'm aware of. Houston's had a couple, none here that I know of. It's gonna get busy here next year at this time with the election and the new president and all that. And I'm not really a protest cameraman. Like during the day, like it's not for me. I have things to do during the day. If it happens at night, then yeah, I'll cover it. But during the day, I have a daytime job. I'm a dad. I'll be making my way to DC probably in March. I'll be in Virginia for probably a good week or so, and while we're there, I'm sure we're going to go to DC. Maybe you can go for a DC trip, Adam. North Bronson. That's awesome. I like hearing that. It's literally, when you hear them say Bronson, they're talking about Bronson Avenue, and that is literally the street Bronson was named after. I was at a fire, and I looked up, and I said Bronson. And I go, that's a cool name for my son that doesn't exist. That was like in 2010, and then he didn't show up till 2017. Absolutely not, 82. Nobody likes him. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. He's not in the show. The only show he's in is the one he's making on his channel. And I will give him credit. That did do well over the past 2 years that I was gone. But ever since I've been back, he hasn't been out doing it. Ever since I took his staff, he hasn't been out streaming. And his numbers got super low because, well, it's sad. Nobody wants to watch him drive around with his girlfriend, going to other people's stories. And I'm wondering if he learned his lesson or not. I have not reached out to him. I've not seen him. I've not talked to him. I did see him in a parking lot once since I've been back, but I didn't go up to him or anything. The only thing I have to say to him is, how stupid do you feel? I hope you learned your lesson. And if he's recording his show and he's mic'd up and his girlfriend has headphones on, I will say, don't you have a girlfriend to go cheat on? That should create some good conversation when they get back to the club.
Registration information here, conference you have with launching vendor. In 2019, ETA has never went to another term.
We did ask you to submit your costumes at ABC7 and Y, and sent them in. Thank you, everyone from New Jersey, sending us this picture of her son Liam, dressed as Barry in there.
We don't. What I can tell you, Charles, is we did get a season 2, but the production company didn't want to make it, so we asked if we could get another production company. They said no. Then COVID took place and our numbers went back up, and they said yes, you can get another production company. We did, put something together, and then they passed on it. And that all happened from 2017 to like 2022, 2023, where we finally shut the book on it. Finally shut that chapter out. No more shot in the dark. Now there are other things like it. I'll be back.
Anyway.
Access to Black Friday deals now at PC Richard & Son. Save on Samsung's best TVs, Neo, QLED, and OLED. Now up to 39% off. Free delivery and free wall installation. Plus 50% off Samsung soundbars with Dolby Atmos for big sound. And special financing. Get early access to Black Friday deals now on Samsung and PC Richard & Son.
What do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test. Still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much. There's toothpaste white and there's pressed 3D white strips white. They white like $400 professional treatment. So much whiter. Feeling sluggish? Wait there. Could be a sign you're not getting enough daily fiber. Better leave some capsules for you. So much chills to tropic. Ways that weight you down. An easy way to get more daily fiber. Give them watching like a killing work from home. Now's your chance to see it all in person. Be part of the show.
4 or 5 that I look at. But I was raised with, I might have not followed all the rules I was raised with, but I was raised with morals. What are those things called? Not so much respect, but pleases and thank yous. Yeah. Manners, that's the word I was looking for. I'm old. I forget a lot of things. As I get older, I'm forgetting things. I couldn't even think of the word manners. You see the difference, Adam? Don't talk about it here, but you see the difference in the format?
I know. Did you have a message for the RTO? I'll phone and add the number when you're ready.
Transit unit, transmit suspect 5060, position between La Brea and La Cienega. Suspect trespassing on the track to the rail crossing of now, carrying a backpack no further. Business says 00999351.
Well, I'm sure he's going to carry it further.
130 are en route. You need them to respond code 3.
4? I need more of those and less of these. I need more of those and less of these. It's kind of like what you do every night. It's more like that. Yep. Me too. I was in Houston. For a couple years. And while I was there, I actually never made it to Austin, which I probably may or may not regret at some time. I wanted to go to Austin for the opening of the Joe Rogan club. I didn't want to go in. I just wanted to be there on that opening day and record there. But I didn't. And that will probably bite me in the butt later in life. But I also never made it there, which I was literally 2 hours away, and I never made it there. I don't even think I made it to San Antonio, except when I drove through it. Definitely made it to Dallas a few times. That's where my dad lived. I'll be going to Dallas again soon. We'll be going to Dallas again soon. Yeah, Shane. I also have handheld digital floating around here. I think I heard it fall when I hit the brakes.
civilian casualties was greatly inflated by all of the so-called authorities in Gaza, which is basically saying Hamas. Now, I'm not saying that there are no civilian casualties. What I am saying is that we struck an important military objective. This Ibrahim Bayali, who was a battalion commander who was leading operations and fighting against Israel as he was targeted, he and many dozens of enemy combatants were in a tunnel complex underneath the ground. We struck that tunnel complex and that caused it to collapse. And it is our assessment that dozens of Hamas operatives were killed. Those are casualties that should be factored in any report of casualties coming out of the Gaza Strip. And I also understand that there is significant structural damage around, and that is because Hamas built that vast tunnel complex underneath the buildings, and it probably collapsed as a result of the strike. We have to put into context that this is the same area, northern Gaza, that we have been asking Palestinian civilians, non-combatants, to evacuate for almost 2 weeks. Most Palestinians have, but I really ask and would want to understand, why have Palestinian civilians either been forced or chosen to remain in that area in direct risk of their own lives? They should move to the south. They should not be in a war zone, in a main combat area. And it's not too late to call on all Palestinian civilians in northern Gaza, please evacuate to a safer area in the south, because northern Gaza is an active combat zone and Hamas uses civilians as their human shields. Today's event is a clear example of it.
Lieutenant Colonel, all of us have now seen the pictures, the widespread destruction in that refugee camp. Even if Israel was trying to target Hamas underground tunnels, as you say, this refugee camp was massively hit. Doesn't Israel still have a responsibility to try to avoid civilian casualties, even if Hamas is among them? How can Israel say it's minimizing civilian deaths right now when Israel went in, bombed that refugee camp, presumably killing some Hamas leadership, but also in the process killing a lot of women and children?
Again, Wolf, you keep repeating women and children, all of that. We haven't seen confirmed numbers of it. We're seeing reports coming out of the party to the conflict. I have not seen confirmed numbers of any of the civilian casualties. I understand that there may be, but I would recommend caution when claiming that they have been killed. And we've seen this in the past, where many times it takes weeks and even more to really understand who was killed in any specific activity. I think that we should be cautious when claiming that there were non-combatant casualties. We issued video of the strike, and in that video, everybody can see clearly that our bombs struck in between the buildings. Not on buildings, but in between the buildings, because we were aiming for the tunnel complex where the Hamas combatant commander was. We didn't strike buildings. If we would try to strike buildings and cause civilian death, of course the situation would be different, but we are not. And we continue to operate according to the laws of conflict. We continue to distinguish. We continue to use proportionate force and use the least amount of force that we can do in order to achieve the military objective. This case was an important military objective. A senior Hamas operative commander and dozens of Hamas combatants. That is why we struck the area, and we will have to continue to look into the information coming out and verify the information and understand how many of those dead are combatants and how many were not. I wouldn't want to rush into conclusions and immediately say that there were lots of non-combatants. We know of dozens of Hamas combatants that were killed. I think we should be careful when reporting about it.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriquez will continue this conversation down the road for sure. Thank you.
I also have the SDS 100, but this is what I'm here for, and it's safe. It's safe. That's not my problem. They're safe enough. If they were in lanes, I would figure out a way to get my footage that's necessary. But we're good. We're good. That is not what I thought it was going to be, and good. That's what I came out here for. I thought that thing was stalled in lanes, and then I was going to record it getting crashed into. I haven't got one of those yet since I've been back. I'm looking forward to it.
I hit a wheelchair to the corner, northwest corner of Santa Monica and Pacific. Northwest corner of Santa Monica and Pacific.
The Royal to 4300, then you can drive north.
I'm gonna go to the Chase if they have it. It's one, dude. So I'm at 17th Street and it's at 132nd. So you can do the math on that. So let me see. Let me see where he's at. Because good chance they're gonna 1022 the pursuit. Good chance they'll 1022 the pursuit. But I have it on right now, so let's listen. So 116 and off. That's basically the 105 freeway near Vermont, 105 freeway near. So we're at 16th Street and he's at 116th Street. So he's 100 blocks away from us. Literally 100 blocks away from us. But we're gonna go.
It appears that if you go through the driveway, there's how many units are currently in a black four-door vehicle and another suspect is utilizing vehicle? I definitely know where he's addressed for the additional
One of the units on Hemingway can handle that. I'll respond as well.
21873, 21873, come in.
Here, you know what?
I am 21873, calling President from 20246 Hemingway to 2218 on 4th Street. Suspect 425 McKinley Avenue, posted incident 252, already 1353.
Well, Crazy, when you're an asshole to everybody, you don't deserve to be in things like that. So you can think he can be in it, but he doesn't deserve to be in it. Piss off enough people, they don't want to work with you. He pissed off Howard, so Howard don't want to work with him.
Go ahead. 10 years.
So he stages. Which is one of the key guy stages over here. I mean, a bum will probably pick it up, but maybe he'll see it. Maybe he won't. If you guys are in downtown and you
I 4252 Crenshaw Boulevard went upstairs and she didn't see you. Are you able to re-respond?
And Edward 3 clear.
I'll leave that for Boner. Boner can have it. There you go, Boner. That's for you. Well, if you guys are in downtown, you can grab yourself an old Outback shirt.
Did it force this for repeat the capabilities?
Gonna be a felony.
And if a bum grabs it, sweet. Excuse me, if an unhoused person grabs it, sweet. Arlington fire, that's funny. A brush fire is burning near the Arlington Avenue off-ramp of the westbound Santa Monica Freeway in the Jefferson neighborhood near South Los Angeles, the California Highway. No, I drove by it. It really wasn't burning. It's not news for you to be. Alright, so they are kicking people out now. We should get a
bus crash happened, kind of the area I was sitting. That was a good one. That was a good one. LA in the house. LA in the house. LA in the house. I know you're not talking to me about the snow, but I will tell you this: snowmaking is in. They're testing the snowmaking process in Mountain High, and they have started blowing snow in Mammoth. So Mammoth will be open in about 10 days. They said. Somebody might be getting their Christmas present early. Hey, there he is. Hey, look, he showed up. Maybe he'll get my shirt. There he is. Maybe he'll get my shirt. He's literally sitting in front of him. That's so funny. Oh, that's great. That is so great. Hey. Oh, dude, there's a shirt there for you, promoter. Hey, I left you a shirt. I know you guys aren't getting too many hits these days. Maybe you can use the shirt, give me some love. How's your boss doing? That's Zach Sanchi right there. His name is Boner. That's Zach Sanchi. That's funny. What were the chances of that? Also, here's the other thing. I need to not talk crap like that. So what will happen is, because the news gods are watching and there is I need to not be so mean and do things like that. And I say that because the news guys are watching and they will give him the hits over me. It's just how it works. The more you talk crap, the more you lose. That's why I haven't really reached out or said anything to him, because I don't want to ruin the good thing that's happening right now. But I gotta not talk so much crap. The more crap I talk, the less hits I get. It's called karma, and it does exist. So I just gotta work hard, do my thing, and move along. That was pretty funny.
1828, come on.
There's a shirt there for you, buddy. That's my armpit stance. It smells like me. You guys are into me. Wear that shirt.
I'm surprised he got out of his carnival costume so quickly.
Go primary output by launch moment. 0345467 San Fernando Road, 24543 Armstrong.
Oh, I don't know about that, bless USA. I don't know about that. I'm not gonna fake it. I don't know about that.
Blue jeans with a mustache and beard. Using a screwdriver to break into or cut through a vehicle storage area. Function information plan.
When we think about our life, we usually think about it in the form of a story. You know, first we were born, and then we did some things and made some memories, and now we're here, and we work in our job or whatever. But in the future, we plan on doing more things, seeing the world maybe, and saving up enough money for a enjoyable retirement. We all tend to view our lives in a sort of narrative structure like this, with a beginning, a middle, and an eventual end, which kind of makes sense because by reflecting on the past, it helps us make sense of where we are now, and by having hopes and dreams for the future, it gives us something to look forward to, something to plan towards, and if we currently don't like our present situation, we can place our pains and frustrations on the hope of a better tomorrow. But if you think about what it feels like to actually live life, like what it feels like on a day-to-day basis, it feels completely different. We kind of just wake up, we feel kind of groggy, we stumble downstairs to get the coffee, hop in the shower, and get dressed before getting in the car to get that bread. And after you get that bread, you get more bread at McDonald's because you have an addiction. And then you come home, usually pretty tired, and you veg out and watch Netflix or whatever you do until you go to bed. This is what living life usually feels like to most people most of the time. Life in general is usually pretty normal. You do the things that you do every day, you kind of have a routine or a pattern you stick to, and life usually isn't super inspiring or mind-blowing. It's just sort of the day-to-day experience. But is there anything wrong with that? I mean, social media has us thinking that everyone's hanging out on yachts all the time, going on crazy adventures, trying out the 2,000 different bananas in Southeast Asia, and everyone's getting married to that person who's popping out the most beautiful babies. But that's not life. That's a highlight reel. And these highlights that we constantly absorb by the people we follow on Instagram or the movies we watch on Netflix, these highlights start to really influence the story we tell ourselves about our own lives. We start viewing our lives, at least our lives lived to its fullest potential, as a life with as many of these highlights in it as possible. So the days when these awesome, crazy things aren't happening, we view that as somehow suboptimal. Our amazing days become the expectation, and our normal days become boring. Like we're wasting our potential, we're wasting our lives away. But this story we tell ourselves, this adventure life, no one's life is like this. Not Dwayne Johnson, not Elon Musk. Sure, these guys are doing some really cool, important things more often than we are, but still the majority of their lives, they just sort of wake up, they do a bunch of things they don't want to do, they're grinding it out, they're working hard, they're often really frustrated or stressed out, they still poop, they still have to eat, you know. Most of their lives exists in this sort of day-to-day monotony. They're experiencing life in the exact same way that you are.
Except when Elon Musk is fantasizing about escaping the day-to-day grind and taking a vacation, instead of the Bahamas, he's thinking Mars. Assuming you get 8 hours of sleep every night, which I'm sure you do, you only have about 16 hours to live, because you only experience life one day at a time. That little section of time between lifting your head off the pillow and putting it back down again, and all that stuff in between that seems kind of normal and kind of inconsequential, that's all life is. It's just that thing over and over and over again. And this can sound super depressing or super inspiring depending on how you look at it. It can be depressing, obviously, if you don't like those 16 hours, usually. A lot of us are slaves to our bad habits. We do things we don't want to do. We work jobs we don't really like. And we're put in certain financial or social situations that we really don't like being in. So every single day, day after day, it's something we generally don't like doing, which is why we fantasize about the future. Live ill lives. And if this is all there is, then that's obviously super depressing. But there's a silver lining, because changing your entire life isn't as big of a feat as you might think it is. Since life is lived in these little 16 episodes, that's a very manageable amount of time to perfect. We can start to build habits that we actually enjoy doing and that are good for us. And we can help us to make choices that are actually aligned with our values and will help us be the person we want to be every single day. Because a good life is just a series of good days. Not necessarily days where everything went our way and nothing was difficult or stressful, but days where our system was running. We gave life a good shot, we made choices that are aligned with our values, and we did the little things that make us happy. Maybe that's having a good conversation with a friend, or putting a little extra effort into cooking so you eat something kind of memorable and that you're proud of. Maybe that's developing one positive habit at a time so that the things that keep you grounded and happy and your mood elevated start to become things that you do automatically. Viewing life on a micro scale like this also adds clarity to the little choices we make throughout the day. If you've always wanted to be a more social person, then that means saying yes to beers with the boys today when you get the invitation. And if you're constantly fantasizing about being a more fit person, that means going to the gym today, because your life is today. That's all it is. It's just today repeated. Big thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring this video. One problem you might encounter when trying to start a new habit is that when you try to go from something like watching YouTube videos obsessively every single day to trying to replace that habit with reading a book, you're going from something that's super stimulating to something that's a lot slower paced and harder to do. So the transition can be pretty jarring and you might quit right away, unfortunately. A great way to counteract this problem is to take smaller steps. So go from something super stimulating like watching videos to watching just better videos. A great example of this is to utilize today's video sponsor, Skillshare, which is an online learning platform with thousands of classes covering dozens of topics that'll help you learn real-world skills.
That truck in front of me is swerving. I'm really scared he might crash into somebody.
About how to give better presentations, which is the class I'm currently diving into. Skillshare is offering Better Ideas viewers 2 months of Skillshare Premium absolutely free, which means that right now when you click the link in the description, you have access to every single class on Skillshare, including Simon Sinek's awesome presentation class. And after your free trial expires, Skillshare is still super affordable. If you choose their annual membership, the one free hit is less than $10 a month. So kind of a no-brainer. So click that link below and get access to the thousands of classes that are on Skillshare. Expand your mind, make yourself smarter, have a great time. If you like this video, make sure to hit like, because when you hit like, the algorithm does fancy things and my bald head appears in people's homepages, and if they're struggling through life or there's something they want to work on, sometimes my videos motivate them to make a positive change, so it's kind of a win-win for everybody. If you're lurking here and this is the millionth time you've seen my face or seen one of my videos, what are you doing? Just hit that subscribe button and hit the bell icon.
Why is he flashing him? He can't go anywhere.
You'll actually get notified and be part of the notification army. Also, I just relaunched my Instagram. The minute we hit 10,000 followers is the minute to give away a whole bunch of Kindles so that you guys have absolutely no excuse not to read the books I recommend. So hit the link in the description, follow me on Instagram. I know this is kind of ironic because I just said like, oh, we're influenced by Instagram and all these people, yachts and stuff. But I can assure all those travel pages, unfollow them, follow me instead, because I'll probably make you feel really good about your life. Yeah, other than that, thank you for watching. We'll catch you in the next video. Here's a quick tutorial on how to be miserable for the rest of your life. Step 1, wake up whenever you want to. Don't wake up at a reasonable hour, an hour that makes you feel good about yourself. Make sure you wake up when everyone has had a head start to the day. You really want to make sure you feel like you've missed any chance to start your day off on the right foot. And when you get out of bed, don't make your bed. Don't shower. Just wear whatever you wore yesterday and head downstairs. It's important that you start the day off with little to no self-respect, feeling as grimy as possible. Step 2. Make sure your house is always a complete disaster. Your house is filled with many rooms, each with a specific purpose. You want to make sure that it's extremely difficult to accomplish those purposes. The pigsty will also help subconsciously reinforce the idea that you're a disorganized person whose life is not in order. This is an extremely important belief to have. Try not to be miserable. Step 3. Procrastinate. When the thought dawns on you to do something productive, like clean your disgusting kitchen, just ignore that feeling. After all, you just woke up. You have so much time later in the day to get that done. You want to get in the habit of delegating all your life's problems to the future version of yourself, who will probably have a lot more motivation and energy than you do right now. Step 4. Look busy. After you sit down to do some work, open up a Word document to help yourself feel like you're being productive. Give your document a nice title, and then immediately open up Reddit, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, just to check if you missed anything. You see, it doesn't really matter what you do. As long as you're sitting on your desk and that Word document is open, it'll help trick your conscience into thinking you're doing work, but you won't be getting any further in life. Step 5. Wait for opportunities. Never be proactive with finding new opportunities to grow your career or meet new people. Wait for all of that to come knocking on your door. After all, it's going to happen, it's going to happen. You'll meet the girl of your dreams one day and things will kind of just work out. You'll probably also land your dream job if you just wait long enough. Anyways, the important thing is to not take action. Don't try to figure out the most effective way to get what you want. Just wait until things work out. Step 6. Be default no. When a friend asks you, just say no. After all, you're super busy these days and have a lot of work to do. When your boss gives you the opportunity to lead a meeting at work, try to find an excuse to slink out of it. The key here is to give everyone the impression that they should just let you do your own thing. Be so good at saying no that people just stop asking you to do anything. Step 7. Be suspicious of people. Never give people the benefit of the doubt. Believe that everyone basically just wants to take advantage of you. And because of this, you should be guarded. Put up walls to protect yourself emotionally. Assume the smiles people give you are fake and that their motives are malevolent. Step 8. Never fix the things you dislike about yourself. Continue to engage in activities that make you feel subhuman and weak. Never prove to yourself you can overcome obstacles or better yourself. Never attempt to transcend your vices or change your lifestyle for the better. Subscribe to the idea that people can't change, so you shouldn't try. Step 9. Focus on things you can't control. As often as possible, get pissed off at the traffic, the government, the pandemic. You really want to reinforce the idea that the world is messed up and there's nothing you can do about it. Focus on the shortcomings of others, the failings of your country, and the state of the economy. Maintain a constant external locus of control over all the events in your life. This will really help you feel powerless. And if you're trying to be miserable, that's perfect. Step 10. Use fear as motivation. Make the fear of negative consequence your primary motivator for everything you do. Set up deadlines that frighten you and punish yourself for failing to meet them. Use white-knuckle tactics to force yourself into productivity, and remind yourself constantly that your entire life could fall apart if you don't keep your head above water. Step 11. Only do what is comfortable. Let your comfort zone be the authority on what you do and don't do. If it's not comfortable, don't do it. Avoid discomfort at all costs, and participate only in activities that are familiar and effortless. Don't concern yourself with gaining fresh perspectives or novel experiences. Stay in your lane, operate in your wheelhouse. Step 12. Believe you're special. Behave like you're entitled to things on the basis that you're just different than everyone else. Assume that the people that have what you want in life just don't deserve it as much as you do. Always regard yourself as talented, unique, one of a kind. This will really help you develop an outsider complex, which will make it difficult to open up to other people or see things from their perspective. But since you don't want to do any of that uncomfortable stuff anyways, that's perfect. Step 13. See life not as it is, but how you wish it to be. Daydream of a day where things are better. Fantasize about a life where all your problems are gone. You want to make sure you mentally escape as much as possible to distract you from the obstacles in front of you. Pour your mental energy not into fixing your problems or improving yourself, but into building up this fantasy to be as detailed as possible. Reflect daily about what you would buy if you won the lottery or became a celebrity. Constantly compare your life to this fiction and become resentful of the juxtaposition. So, if suffering is what you're after and you crave the daily strife, then you're in luck. Because if you follow this advice, you'll be miserable for the rest of your life. This video was sponsored by Audible. The audiobook I'm currently diving into is During certain periods of my life, I have a very difficult time focusing on pretty much anything important or difficult. During these periods, it seems almost impossible to break out of the social media limbo, where you're just constantly switching between tabs, refreshing pages, kind of waiting for something interesting to happen, like for someone to post a cool photo on Instagram or something. You're kind of waiting to be entertained, but if you actually have to apply yourself, it's extremely difficult. So, pretty sure almost everyone can relate to this problem. I'm sure you've seen a lot of videos on YouTube giving you little tips and tricks as to how to focus better, including my own channel, but there are very few videos kind of diving in, talking about why it's so difficult to focus on hard things. You know, like, what's the deal? Why can't we just sit down and do something important with very little strain? Why aren't we motivated to do the things that would significantly advance us further in our lives? Because it's not like we don't want those things, it's just hard. So in this video, I want to dive into why we procrastinate, why it's so hard to do important things. Because knowing how this all works helps us carve out a long-term solution. It can help us permanently solve this problem. And that may sound really ambitious, but I do believe it is possible. But first, we kind of have to discover a little bit more about our human brain. So a weird thing about our human brain, I'm really trying to convince you that I'm human. The weird thing about the brain is that it pretty much hasn't changed for thousands of years. We share, for the most part, the exact same brain as our hunter-gatherer ancestors. And this is the type of brain that was evolved to scan vast valleys for the prospect of food or a fresh kill, and absolutely light up and get excited at the sight of an antelope so you can gather your friends together and run after it, kill it. This is the kind of brain that as you're kind of going through a berry bush and you find a juicy berry, you're super excited, you eat the berry, and it pretty much makes your day. You know, it's not really exciting stuff. There wasn't a lot of stuff to do back then, but that's just kind of the way it was. And the reason why we were motivated to go run after an antelope or eat a fresh berry is the same reason, we're motivated to go on Facebook and, you know, check our notifications, go on Instagram, etc. The reason why we're motivated to do any of this stuff is because of a brain chemical called dopamine. Now, you've probably seen a lot of videos on YouTube, if you're into self-improvement, about dopamine. But dopamine is kind of misunderstood because most people think it's the feel-good chemical. It's a brain chemical that's released when you're experiencing pleasure. It's the reason why you experience pleasure. But that's not exactly true, because dopamine is the motivating brain chemical. Dopamine is what's released when you feel like you're about to be rewarded, or when you feel like you're about to experience something pleasurable. When your ancient ancestors saw the antelope frolic across the field, they got a squirt of dopamine which motivated them to go kill it. When you see a notification pop up on Facebook, you get a squirt of dopamine which motivates you to click it. And what this means is that dopamine is what controls your motivation.
Thank you, boys. Oh, did you get a Big McChicken?
Yeah, you said McChicken. Now, why is this important? Despite the fact that we share the exact same brains as our hunter-gatherer ancestors, we don't live in that world anymore. We live in a world of of supernormal stimuli. Through ferocious technological advancement and capitalistic ventures, or whatever you want to call it, we live in a world where things are designed to be as pleasurable as humanly possible. And what supernormal stimuli does is it hijacks our natural reward pathways. It tricks our brain into thinking we are about to do something so important for our survival that we have an almost irresistible urge towards doing that thing. A good example of this is junk food. Food is integral for our survival, and high-calorie foods are usually even more important for our survival because, you know, they'll keep us alive longer. The more calories, the longer we'll live, roughly speaking. See, what junk food does is it's mechanically engineered to be as high-fat, high-calorie as possible. So when we get that beautiful, when we eat that beautiful potato chip, our brain remembers that. And the next time we see a bag of potato chips at the grocery store, there's a huge amount of dopamine that's released, motivating you to go grab that reward that's integral for your survival. So we almost become slaves to our dopamine system. We almost just go where our dopamine system tells us to go. That's why we get into kind of social media binge, because our brain is telling us to stay on these social media sites because there's a chance that we might get a reward. We might get social validation, or we might